Good evening, everyone. This is the Monday, January 4th meeting of the New Shoreham Town Council. I just want to mention that Town Council is meeting via community telecommunications pursuant to Rhode Island Executive Order 20-46 dated June 2nd, 2020. For Zoom access, you dial a cell phone or landline. That's all in there. If you want to raise your hand on your phone by pressing *9, mute and unmute by pressing *6. And to see supporting documents for this agenda, go to clerkbase.com, New Shoreham, Rhode Island, click on Town Council, and then Agendas. So with that, I'll begin the January 4th meeting. I don't have anything prepared on the Warden's report. I just want to hope everybody had a good holiday season. And it's good to see, you counselors back on the computer screen, and we'll get to the business of the town. Sven, do you have anything?
I don't, except to urge everyone to continue to be adherent with masks and safety and distancing. While some have been vaccinated, we're not out of the woods by any means.
Thanks, Sven. Is there any public comment this evening?
Andre, I have one thing.
Go ahead, Mark.
It involves a community member coming forward saying that some glass floats or even a single glass float was put out here recently by Eben Horton, who does the glass floats. And she was concerned that this is not the time of year to start putting glass floats, even if it's one out for someone to find. So I immediately got a hold of Jesse Willie, who called up Eben and made that known. So that during the hunting season, obviously, nothing like that should happen again, and he understood.
Well, thanks, Mark. Appreciate that. Anybody else? All right, well, moving on. First item on the agenda is to set a public hearing date on the proposed amendments to the Town of New Shoreham zoning Article 4 criteria for special use permits, Section 517 solar energy systems, and Section 425 solar energy systems. You should have in your packet dated November 17th a memo from the planning board with these recommendations. Molly, do you have a public hearing date?
I do. I'd recommend the February 1st, which is your first regular meeting in February.
I'll make a motion that we set a public hearing date of February 1st for the proposed amendments to the Town of New Shoreham zoning Article 4 criteria for special use permits, Section 517 solar energy systems, and Section 425 solar energy systems.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. Is there any discussion from the council? Any discussion from the public? All those in favor? Mark?
Aye.
Keith? He's muted.
Sorry about that. Yes.
Okay. And Martha?
Aye.
All those, motion carries 5-0. Public hearing date February 1st. Second amendment on the agenda is discuss and act on possible amendment to the emergency ordinance 2 of the Town of New Shoreham, adopted May 7th, 2020, as amended pertaining to communal housing and other issues during the COVID-19 pandemic. I don't have any comment on this. I see Dr. Warcup is here. I know there's some things that have been going on in the community, and I think he's going to update us on that. So if you will, Tom, have at it.
All right.
Thank you.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Thank you.
Can you hear me, Andre?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. So I agree with what Sven made a comment about, which is being diligent. This is the big hurdle for us to come through the Christmas, Hanukkah season, and also now New Year's. So this should be the end of kind of a significant large gathering. So over the next couple of weeks, please be very diligent. Remember that the average time frame to become symptomatic from a COVID exposure, if you were to become infected, is going to be in that 5-day range. So from 3 days to 8 days. So be specifically vigilant in that particular timeframe and make yourself available for testing. It's been terrific, the amount of people that have been getting tested. I think they've been adhering to the governor's request pretty nicely. We had actually four additional positives from last week's testing. One was somebody that was already known to be positive. I'd just like to urge employers to remember that if you have an employee that has been known to have a COVID exposure and a COVID infection, they will remain positive for many weeks, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks. In some cases. So if you're asking an employee to get a test prior to coming back, please be. Go ahead, Andre.
I'm sorry, you were breaking up a little bit, that, and something that sounded very important. Maybe go back a paragraph, if you could.
Sure. I was going to say, I appreciate everybody that's getting testing done at the fire barn. We've had 4 positives out of last week's testing groups. One of them was somebody that was known to have coronavirus, that the employer was asking for them to be retested prior to returning to work. If employers could take that into consideration, that an employee that's had coronavirus may test positive for many weeks, 8 to 10 weeks possibly. So it may be unreasonable to ask them for a negative test. They are no longer going to be infectious to anyone on day 11 of when they were identified after their quarantine period, if you could just take that into consideration. 3 others were new. The Department of Health was quickly on the case, 2 adults, 1 adolescent person, and so far no ramifications from that thus far. We had a very successful and exciting time. We received our first allotment of Moderna COVID-19 vaccination. Big shout out to Billy McComb, who personally went to the holding site to get the vaccination and brought it back to the island. And big shout out to our staff at the Black Island Health Center who came in to help get all the vaccines distributed out over the first 72 hours once we received it. We went through the first round of every EMS fire personnel that had signed up for the vaccination, as well as everyone that opted in from our site as a vaccination site. And in accordance with phase 1, we also included individuals that are death care professionals or morticians, I would say, on the island. They were included in the first phase, according to the DOH. We were fortunate because some individuals were getting vaccination off island, and we had 10 additional vaccines after we did EMS in the vaccination site and those members that I just discussed. So we went right ahead and try to get a hold of our most vulnerable of our population, and those were the groups of greater than 90 years of age. We have 17 members of 90 and above. We sorted them based on the highest age and worked right down the list until we had 10 participants. We will continue to do the same as we get new vaccinations. I've spoken to many people that we are trying to be extremely transparent about how we go ahead with the vaccinations. There's a very clear phase 1 list by the Department of Health. I know that there's many people that are essential staff and members of our community that are very worthy and necessary to get vaccinated. We're trying to adhere as much as we can as a vaccination site. I am keenly aware that if we are in non-compliance of that and lose our vaccination site status, that is certainly worse for our community than the delay unfortunately it takes for us to get all the vaccine. We communicated 3 times with the Department of Health today. We have been assured that there will be an automatic vaccination allotment for those 70 individuals that received vaccines, but they have not been able to yet give us any confirmation when our next allotment will be for community members. We have a special ability here because we were able to run through phase 1 EMS, et cetera, pretty quickly. So any remaining vaccine, we can get it out into the community. We have a second round of EMS workers that are interested in getting vaccination. The school nurse was also on that phase 1 vaccination list, and Ms. Dyer was vaccinated. So that was good as well. So I put out a YouTube video tonight trying to explain our process.
Lost him again.
Yeah, we lost you, Doc. I think we totally lost him. Molly, do you see him anywhere in the list? Oh, yes, I do. There he is again.
You back? Okay.
In the back.
We're going to work through our list very methodically. We did a patient search. We have 85 members of our community that are 80 years old and above. So if you can just think that we may get allocations of 40, 50, 60 vaccines, we still have 80 plus, 90 plus members. We need 90 vaccines to finish the 90-year-old group and the 80-year-old group. So please be patient. We are working through this, again, methodically. We do not want any arbitrary application of the rules. And we are advocating usually once or twice a day for gaining more vaccine for the essential workers of the island, because we know that there is a uniqueness to us. We have a unique transportation entity, which is the ferry as well as the airline. We understand the grocery store, there's not many to choose from, postal workers, et cetera. We are advocating for those vaccines as fast as we can get them.
That's great.
I'm happy to take any questions.
Tom, great. Thank you so much. I only have one, and I mean, you probably can't answer it, but given the constraints we have, looking like our community could possibly see a vaccination of most people by end of summer, June. Is there any way to give an idea of when this community could be fully vaccinated? And I know you probably can't answer.
I don't think that is unrealistic towards the end of summer.
I lost you after unrealistic.
It all depends. There was a recent. Am I back okay?
Yes, I lost you after unrealistic.
Okay. Not okay. I don't think it's an unrealistic, or I think that's a realistic timeline that the end of summer is correct.
Okay.
It's all about demand. There's been some conversation about whether or not to suspend the second vaccination to get most of the first people vaccinated. I think they vacillate at the government level about that, but it's quite clear that I think there's an erratic supply chain with the state. So as we get it, we will be distributing it. We'll be communicating as fast as we can through the various groups on the island, as well as our mechanisms.
Well, I certainly thank you for that. And I know there's so many unknowns. Those of us that have been on this roller coaster since March, you can't give a definitive answer. So I certainly appreciate the time you spent, giving us these answers this evening. Does any other counselor have anything for Tom Walkup?
No question, just a comment. Thank you so much to you and your staff, and keep up the great work.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Anybody else? Any public? All right. Well, listen, Tom, thank you so much. And I know, we're all doing our best here, and we can only hope for the best and the better outcome. So I certainly appreciate you joining us this evening. And I don't think masks, we can move on. Obviously, we're going to take no action on this item, I assume. Nobody? All right. So item number 3, discuss and act on possible amendment to the emergency ordinance 3 of the Town of New Shoreham, adopted June 24th, 2020, masks as amended pertaining to COVID-19 pandemic. Anybody have any mask comments? Go ahead, Sven.
Marianne, I don't know if it's this one or the previous one. I apologize. We had talked last time about coordinating with the ferry, et cetera, with a handout or any educational material. Can you just give a quick update as to when we're doing that?
Yeah, what we done, it was prior to the holidays. We came up with a standard about 1 paragraph statement that was being handed out to those folks that had car reservations and coming to the island. That same, 5-line was also posted on our website, the Tourism Council website, the Block Island Times, and the Chamber of Commerce. So that's what we did with that. As much as possible, we got it out to folks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marianne. Anybody else?
Andre?
Go ahead, Martha.
Andre?
Go ahead, Martha.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think everybody knows they're supposed to be wearing masks at this point. We're not telling them anything they don't know. It just seems like we have a really blunt reminder. And, I'm at the point of saying it's not about you, stop it. But I saw something, I think I sent it to a lot of you. Up in Breckenridge, they had a banner. It was either love or respect the place, cover your face. It was just really simple stuff. It seems like we all know people don't read text, and people know they're supposed to. They more need a reminder than an education. If they don't know about it by now, we're not going to teach somebody who hasn't heard about the fact that doesn't know we're in a pandemic by now.
Thanks, Martha. Tom, one more question. I know the answer, but just for the public consumption, when is the testing going on, the asymptomatic testing? Now
There are two phases of it.
Oh.
Oops.
Tom, we lost you.
Excuse me, this is Molly. The doctor may possibly have better luck if he turns off his video feed.
Yeah, we'll let him know that when we get him back. Thanks, Molly.
Can we send Mark up to help him with this?
That was funny.
He's all frozen there.
It's the reason I'm only on audio.
All right. I think he's gone, but
I'm here. Am I
oh,
back?
there you go.
The magic of Wi-Fi. So there's still 3 phases on the island. So Tuesday, Tracy Fredericks does it between 12 and 12:30. Thursdays, we still have the Rhode Island Department of Disaster Management coming out in the mornings. You can sign up on the Crush COVID app or through the DOH's portal. And for school teachers and school-age children, the school system has Binax Now testing for their particular purposes. So there's 3 major entities. One thing that I would like the community to begin to consider is you're starting to hear verbiage from the state that they are moving towards vaccination rather than testing. So they are no longer supplying us with additional Abbott tests. So my suspicion is that the tenor of testing is going to move to vaccination and no longer focusing on the expenses of testing as the summer approaches. Just keep that in mind so that way you've kind of heard it and it'll likely progress over the next several months.
Okay, thank you. That's interesting. So you're saying that our testing on Tuesdays and Thursdays could be ending?
Not in the foreseeable future, but if you start to notice that things begin to change, please remember that the state is moving into a vaccination mode rather than a testing mode.
Is that happening in other states?
I don't know that for sure, but I do know that the Rhode Island Department of Health has become more stringent, actually less for us because we keep advocating, because they do not want to pay for asymptomatic testing to be done for people that are out of state. And they wanted to really become stringent with us, with the DMAT folks, but after having several communications with Brooke Lawrence and his team, they allow walk-ups to continue. But I think that was the beginning of a change in the tenor of the conversation.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, I understand that because I've got to go tomorrow because I have to bring, my son to college, and we can't go into New York without a negative test because we are going to be there over 24 hours. So that's why I asked about the other states, if, the rules were going to start getting laxer or if they're going to stop testing, that works on both sides border-wise. I'm going there, but there could be a lot of other people that not tested coming here. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. I appreciate that. That's a change, to say the least. Anybody have any comments for Tom Walkup on masks? Any comments about masks from the public or council?
Please keep it up. Thank you for all the help in the community. I see almost everybody wearing masks, and I did see a couple people, if I may take a liberty. I see people out walking and exercising, which is terrific. You do not need to wear your mask if you're by yourself walking. If you find it difficult to breathe through the mask, please remove it. But if you keep it on just because it helps with the colder air, that's certainly your choice. But I don't want you to feel compelled if you're exercising alone on the road or on the beach. You don't need to wear your mask.
Perfect. Thank you. And thanks for coming. Appreciate it. It's great to see you again, and Happy New Year.
Thank you, you too.
Item number 4 is discuss and act on the proposed revisions to New Shroud's Home Rule Charter as provided by Charter Review Commission, amended by Town Council after discussion on December 16th, 2020 and December 21st, 2020. And this basically pertains to, we had a meeting where we sent some items off that the Charter Review suggestions, and we sent them off to our staff and our solicitor for review. So this is the review of those items with the reviews attached to them. So I will let Mary Ann Crawford take over from here.
Okay, so to echo what Andre just said, at the last time we had this before the council asked that the town solicitor and staff take a look at these and come back with comments regarding the amendments based on legal comments, as well as comments as to the implementation of it. So what we've done is this evening, we have a bunch of them, and then Wednesday we'll conclude. And in speaking with the town solicitor, what you asked us to do is review them. She reminded me that the council, once we finalize a particular charter amendment that you would like to present to the voters in March, that you will have to vote on it. Just for clarification, the vote you made, I think it was on the December 20th meeting, was for us to look at them. So we did do that. What I would like to do is take these in order. I think they were posted on clerk base in order. Like I said, they're all not here this evening. We decided to break some of off and put some more on Wednesday night instead of doing them all this evening. So the first one we have is the charter section 301 and 302. The proposal says it shall be considered the duty of each member of the community to attend a financial town meeting. What we want to do is make a change to that. Instead of saying each member, say each elector of the town of New Shore to attend the financial town meeting. Although if you're a non-voting member, you can attend the financial town meeting. We do have a place where we set aside where non-voting members are allowed to sit. We just don't want it to say in the charter, each member of the community, because it's the elector that are allowed to vote at the financial town meeting. So we changed that word to elector, and the word elector is used elsewhere as it relates to the financial town meeting.
Thank you.
Next. Go ahead.
Let me just stop you there for a point of how we're going to proceed. So are we going to, as a council, I suggest actually approving these or modifying these and then moving on? Is this how we want to handle this? Councilors, any?
I would-
I like approving them as we go. I mean,
Right.
if
I agree.
we may approve X number and have a problem with Y, but that means we've got X done.
Okay. So thank you, Mary. And I didn't mean to interrupt. I just want to get a process of order process here.
Okay, so just for clarification, are we going to go to the next one, or do you folks want to vote on the one we just discussed?
I'm assuming that's all under 301. So we'll have, does the council have any comments? Would be my first question on this suggested change.
I have one comment on the word duty. Now, duty is defined in Webster as moral and legal obligation. Do the electors have a legal obligation to have to show up?
No, they don't.
Seems
That's what I was
heavy-handed.
just going to say.
As if someone's watching over them.
Well, I think I voted against this in the first place because, in part because of that, and in part because of the electric piece which has been fixed. But I think this is more a statement of policy than of governance, and what we want. And I'm troubled by the language also.
I'm all for getting as many people there as possible. But that seems kind of heavy-handed. Is there a different word possibly? Or words? Is Kathy with us tonight?
Yeah, Kathy's here, and this is, I think these were this, and I don't want to speak for her, but I believe this is the wording that came out of the suggestions from the town manager, the town clerk, and as well as the town solicitor. I think that is Kathy's word, but I'll let her answer.
But I think, wasn't it based on what we gave her?
Yes.
I mean, this is an aspirational statement. It's not a governance statement.
Yeah, and Mark, if you remember at the last meeting, my sentiments reflected in what you're saying tonight. I'm not sure. I don't think I voted to move this forward with this language.
Yeah, now that it's all condensed and distilled, that word duty just sticks out even more so.
So just, Andre?
Go ahead, Sven.
Oh, so I don't know, maybe you all have it printed out or on the screen, but just so to make sure I'm clear as we go through. So in the page, it's 301, and then that underline, it shall be considered the duty of each member, blah, blah, blah. Then under the comments and background, you can see the change that Kathy or Mary Ann read, right? Shall be considered the duty of each elector. I guess, so just to make sure we see that it was in the recommended, not necessarily Kathy's words per se. I guess one question to Keith or to the charter review, is obligation an alternative word? I guess I'm asking Keith or anybody on the charter review.
I don't know.
Keith.
It shall be considered obligation of each elector?
Duty, obligation. Martha hit it on the head. It was aspirational.
Yeah.
People felt strongly about the fact that we have fewer and fewer people who attend, except for this year with broadband. I don't know. You say tomato, I say tomato. Let's call the whole thing on.
Keep it as it is and let's vote.
Are you good, Mark?
Yeah, I just wish there was a better word. Responsibility. Or we just put it out there.
Let's go with responsibility. I like that.
Do you guys want to make a motion to that effect? One of you guys want to make a motion?
I would make a motion that we change it to responsibility, from duty to responsibility.
Second.
All those in favor of the change? Sven, okay.
Can I ask a clarification
Yeah,
question? Because we came forward with each elector as opposed to each member. So you folks talked about changing the word responsibility. So you're in the middle of voting on responsibility. So I think we would like clarification if you can read the whole sentence so that we know going forward what we are putting on the ballot.
Would
I
you
don't
like
want to
me
make
to,
any assumptions, and I know Kathy doesn't, and I know Molly doesn't.
would you like me to restate that motion?
Please.
Let's see. So now the new language is elector. Sorry, I was looking in the wrong place for a second there, Marianne.
That's fine.
You want me to do it?
I literally have it right here and I can't seem to find it.
Keith, let me give a shot.
Yeah.
Andre, the motion is to change the language to, quote, "It shall be considered the responsibility of each elector of the town of New Shoreham to attend the financial town meeting," end quote.
Second.
All those in favor? Mark,
Aye.
Sven,
Aye.
Keith,
Aye.
Martha?
No,
And I vote no too, because I just don't think the sentence should be in there. So the motion passes 3-2 to move 301 forward with the proposed changes. Is that good? Is that enough discussion on that, Mary Ann? All good?
Perfect. If we can just, as we go through the rest of them,
Yep.
we can keep that in mind.
And I appreciate you pointing that out.
Point of order.
Go ahead, go ahead, Molly.
The motion was just on the language. The motion wasn't to move it forward.
Well, so what would, okay. The motion,
Yeah, Andre?
but aren't we moving it forward? Okay, go ahead, Kathy.
Under the charter, it would be the council voting to submit the proposed amendment for presentation to the electors of the town.
I would move that,
You're gonna,
right? I mean, I'm happy to move it or not.
I just want to know, we have to rescind these motions. I would imagine. We're gonna make a new one. Is that what you're saying, Kathy? We need to make a new motion?
But the technical under the charter is going to be the council, the motion would be to submit the proposed amendment, in this case as modified, for presentation to the electors of the town.
Okay, so that's pretty much the motion for all of these items, if we're moving them.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
Can you repeat that one more time?
Submit the proposed amendment, in this case as modified, for presentation to the electors of the town.
Guys, write that down. You all ready to move forward? All right. I'm glad we're here I'm glad this is happening on the first item. We'll get our feet and move on. All right, so Keith, you're up.
Of course, I didn't write it down. I would like to make a motion that we submit to the voters of the town of New Shoreham the language as modified to read, "It shall be considered the responsibility of each elector of the town of New Shoreham to attend the financial town meeting."
Second.
Did I get that? If I didn't say so, I'm sorry.
All good, Kath?
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
For a second.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, Sven?
Aye.
And
Did you say me? Yes.
yeah, you in favor?
Yes.
Okay, Martha?
no,
And Mark?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2. Okay, 302.
Okay, 302. The language that was proposed by again, the council asked staff and legal to review. It says, in the event of a vacancy or absence of both the town moderator and the assistant town moderator, the town council shall appoint a temporary moderator to fulfill the duties of the town moderator. The language that we're proposing that you consider is, in the event that both the town moderator and the assistant town moderator are unavailable, the town council shall appoint a temporary moderator to fulfill the duties of the town moderator solely for the purpose of the financial town meeting for which both the town moderator and the assistant town moderator are unavailable. It was my understanding the concern came up as relates to the financial town meeting. There's language in the charter where a town moderator is identified and how that position is filled. So as our understanding, this relates strictly to the financial town meeting, and that's why we add the clarifying language specifically at the financial town meeting.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Keith?
Looks great to me. I would, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, while the language was fresh in my mind, I was anxious to make the motion, Andre.
I was glad you were about to do it.
I'm comfortable.
Me too.
I would make a motion to submit to the voters of the town of New Shoreham the modified language that in the event that both the town moderator and the assistant town moderator are available, the town council shall appoint a temporary moderator to fulfill the duties of the town moderator solely for purposes of the financial town meeting, for which both the town moderator and assistant town moderator are unavailable.
Anybody got a second?
Second.
Seconded by Sven. Any discussion?
I've got a question.
Go ahead, Martha.
The moderator, and I don't even know what role is played any longer in the general election. Is the moderator still a part of the general election? Molly?
Point of information, the Title 17 moderator is a different, plays a different role and is appointed differently. The
It's not
election,
the town. It's not the town moderator?
the
Or
town
is it
moderator, in
appointed?
fact, the town moderator cannot work at the polls because they hold an elective office.
I always wondered about that in the past. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Could I just add, it's under section 302 of the charter that they get elected biannually at the general election.
Is that an answer or an addition to the comments? Kathy?
Oh, that was just a clarification that we do have it listed in 302, that they are elected at the general election. It doesn't change the comments that we've written. The purpose of putting those comments in was because if there was a vacancy, we already have a provision in the charter as to how that would be handled, and it wouldn't be a temporary, it would be the actual moderator.
Okay, thank you. Motion is made and seconded. All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Keith?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on to section 304. This talks about the warning, including a plain language version of the warning describing the matters to be considered at the financial town meeting shall be published in a newspaper of record and broadly distributed across reasonable available digital platforms. A separate guide describing the rules and procedures for the meeting shall be published and distributed. With this one, we kind of picked it apart in three different steps. The first, three. So the first step is what we're recommending is after a newspaper of record, include the language or in the absence of a newspaper of record and a newspaper having a circulation in Washington County. The reason we're proposing this language is currently we use the Block Island Times. Suppose the Block Island Times decides to go every other week or monthly or something like that. We want at least the newspaper of general circulation in Washington County would cover us. The next clause that we took a look at is and broadly distributed across reasonable available digital platforms. The language we're suggesting is and broadly distributed across such reasonable available digital platforms as directed by the council. The reason we did that, the council can then identify the platforms they would like to distribute it to. And as the digital platforms change, a digital platform today may be gone tomorrow, and the one tomorrow, we may not even know what digital platform is available, that will be. We wanted to give the council the flexibility to make that determination. So when we looked at that, we wanted to make sure we kept within what the Charter Commission was trying to present and the goal of the Charter Commission. The last one is where it states a separate guide describing the rules and procedures for meeting shall be made available as the town council may direct. Similar to the previous sentence, the reason being is the financial town meeting, the guides or the statutes or the guidance of the financial town meeting could be located in 3 different areas. One will be in the rules and procedures of the town council. The others is Robert Rules of Order comes into place. And finally, Title 45, Chapter 3 of Rhode Island General Laws. So what we're thinking with this, made available as the town council may direct, it may be something like a link on the website or those digital platforms that would state a guide describing, go to here and these links to get the rules and procedures as it relates to the financial town meeting. I know this one's a little more convoluted, but that's what we've come up with.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Let me ask you, or Keith, then broadly distributed across such reasonably available digital platforms as the town council may direct. I understand the intent of the Charter Commission, but I also understand the intent of these changes that you've made. So could it foreseeably get into a situation where the town council can't come to agreement as to where to put them?
I mean, I guess, look, people know just look at where your kids are getting their information, because they're not getting it from newspapers. They're getting it, from Twitter and Instagram. And I mean, I guess there's no harm done if, I can't imagine opposing someone saying this should go on Twitter. I mean, maybe I'm just wrong about that, but this really is all about the fact that we've all witnessed, even in my case, I mean, I get news from a lot of different places and information from a lot of different places, and our kids even more so. And the idea is to be as broadly inclusive as we can. I mean, I guess you could have a disagreement over Snapchat or whatever. I don't know. I don't know enough about how those work, honestly. Well,
that's what I'm wondering. Future councils.
You could do a TikTok video about the financial town meeting, Andre. It would be very.
From my experience in the past financial town meetings, about picture them, not just the TikTok. But those are the old days.
Andre, could I comment? This is Kathy.
Absolutely, Kathy. Go ahead.
Okay, so what we need to remember is that this is the rules by which the town has to operate.
Yeah.
So if we're adding an additional posting requirement to matters pertaining to the financial town meeting, that's fine. But it has to be clear and concise, because if the posting isn't done in accordance with the charter, a court, in this case would be the Superior Court, can basically invalidate everything that's done at the financial town meeting. So the directions to the clerk as to where the posting has to be clear, have to be concise. The clerk's office can't be in a position of saying, oh, do you think they meant this one is reasonably available or that one is reasonably available? Because then someone who's not happy with the results of the meeting could go to court and say, our charter requires that this be posted on all reasonably available digital platforms. But, and here's this one, Twitter. It wasn't on Twitter, so the meeting's no good. So what I'm saying is, from a legal perspective, the clerk's office needs to know exactly which ones. And these things come and go. I put those in the footnote are the different ones. I don't even know half of those. I just got those from Google and digital platforms. So that's why when Molly and the town manager and I had discussed it, we said, okay, well, how is the town clerk's office going to know which ones? Because these are mandated posting requirements. These are not suggestions.
Doesn't
So
your
that's why
language
we-
take care of that, Kathy? I'm sorry. Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
Mine does, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
great.
why I'm trying to explain why I did it. Because if we don't do it correctly, they can be invalidated.
Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate that input. Does anybody else have any more comments? Go ahead, Sven.
I'm good with it, and I think your concern about not agreeing on a platform is a good concern, but in the same breath, assuming that one is going to agree on more than the newspaper of record, then that's a step forward. And so, yes, they may not agree on Snapchat, to use Keith's example, but I'm pretty sure whether it's Facebook or even bulletin board or whatever it may be, those are platforms down in the future. So I hear your concern, but I think we'll be in a much better spot.
Thank you.
I think the concern is just this specificity. But I've got another question, and I kind of should have picked up on this before. Publication, I'm on 304 at the beginning, which we seem to kind of skipped over. The warning, including a plain language version of the warning, is that? I don't think that's the right language. We have a warning and a warrant both, and in our charter, it is the warrant, WARANT, for the purposes of imposing a tax, providing the expenditure such sums of money as may be necessary to pay the town's debts and interests around the support of town, so forth and so on. And the notice is the general provisions of calling, warning, conduct, and business is the second section of that.
I actually asked, that's a good question. I asked it specifically of Amy, and warning I was told is the right terminology. Because it was, honestly, warning was new to me when we started going through this. I had it warrant.
Warning is the one that the town sergeant signs, posts, delivers. Hear you, there shall be a meeting of. But if you go back to 301 of our existing charter, it is the warrant that is the language that I read.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have Kathy look at that?
Yeah, I was going to say, Kathy, can you comment on that?
Yes, that's section 303 of the charter states that the calling, warning, conduct, and business to come before all financial town meetings, regular and special, shall be prepared, voted on, and ordered posted by the town council in accordance with. So the 303 talks about the warning being posted.
But Kathy, if you go back to 301, 301 is the one that enumerates what is actually in it. And that is what I read, section 301, date, purpose of the meeting. And that's the imposing the tax, providing for expenditures, and so forth.
Yes.
This has always been a sticky point. That's warrant. That's not warning.
Yes.
So what should we be talking about? If we want plain language, and I also want to get back to the plain language. I know we jumped over it, but because I blithely said that's not hard to do, and I'm not really convinced that we're making anything. It's not that hard to read, for pity's sake. I'm not sure what the intent here was, because it's simply, I mean, most of the language that's in the document that we have at Financial Town Meeting is the long language, are things like tax, the things we hardly ever use, tax anticipation notes, sewer anticipation notes, borrowing, the indebtedness of the town, that sort of thing. I mean, anybody, I don't, what was what was it, who is going to write this, I guess is what where I'm trying to go. And how is it going to be done, aside from just, pulling out the language and putting it in boldface, which I think would suffice.
Are you asking a question of Kathy, Martha?
I'm asking a question of the whoever's presenting this tonight and what the rationale behind this was. I mean, do people think it's incomprehensible as it is? The tax motion is incomprehensible. That's just a language thing. Nobody ever understands that. Nor do they ever pay attention to it.
Anybody want to, Keith or Marianne?
So the plain language version was what the proposed amendment came forward to us as, and based on staff review, we didn't have any comments on that specifically.
Right.
However, I do understand what Martha is saying.
Right. Kathy,
Yes.
could you comment on that?
Well, I was kind of waiting for Keith's answer as to why they wanted to do that. I was kind of viewing it as a situation where you have a question on a ballot and there's language underneath that says this law would do this or this law would do that. That's what I was kind of thinking that they were talking about.
These things were all of a piece to try to put as much understandable material in the hands of as many people in the community as possible.
But we're not changing any. The example Kathy gave doesn't even apply to our financial town meeting. That's more of a Massachusetts ordinance sort of law. Our financial town meeting is simply matters of finance and the items that are on the warrant. And I can't remember them in order. It's the budget, it's the treasurer's report, it's the borrowing against money. It seems very plain, and it's always available.
Andre?
I just don't want there to be. I mean, I just feel like the more you try to. I mean, when Kathy talked about a slip between what's intended and what is stated, and having somebody write plain language of a legal document, unless they're really well versed in doing such things, seems perhaps not that well advised.
I think we're making it much too complicated, but that's just my opinion. That was.
Sven, I see your hand up and Kim Gaffett's hand is up too. So, Sven,
Go ahead. No, let Kim go.
Kim Gaffett.
I just wanted to try to clarify a little more about why. I know Martha says that it's perfectly understandable, but all the items, giving the authority to tax in anticipation of notes and borrow, borrowing in anticipation of revenues, those are not that clear to most of the people who attend financial town meeting. And that was our goal, is to try to take that 3-page document and, as Kathy indicated, have two sentences say, this gives the authority to borrow, or this gives the authority to borrow in anticipation of revenues that are coming in. I think, yes, if you take the time to read the whole thing, all 3 pages, and it's always at least that, then if you've been in town government a while, yeah, you can decipher it. But it is very overwhelming, and everything we did in this vein was to make financial town meeting more approachable and thus more accessible and thus better attended in the modern day. I don't see the big problem in having a plain language version going along. They do it for every referendum the state does. And anyway, that's the background from my point of view.
Thank you, Kim, for that. So, Sven, do you still?
No, I was just going to somewhat reflect that, but I do think that the language for many of us is overwhelming. And I think that the biggest point to me in this section is digital and availability and accessibility. And I think getting it out digitally is critical. I think making it understandable is critical. And so I'm fine with the recommendations that have been made by Kathy. And if they make sense to me, and I'm ready to move.
You want to make a motion?
Except I didn't write that language down.
Sven, do you want to submit to the voters of the town of New Shoreham the language modified and submitted by Councilor Marola and the town manager regarding these section 304, which
Second.
Wait, we didn't discuss the last part.
Sorry.
The separate guide.
You're right. You're right.
So the issue is, when I go to a town financial meeting, I bring the Rhode Island General Laws, Section 45, Chapter 3. I bring my rules of procedure of my town council, and I bring my Robert's Rules of Parliamentary Procedure, so that if some issue comes up on the rules and procedures for the meeting, I've got them all right in front of me. So we were not clear, and as I said, we have a issue. This is the charter. So if we're supposed to be publishing certain things and it's not done, then the meeting can be declared invalid. So we were just trying to get an idea, and that's why we said at the end of 3, it's unclear which specific rules and procedures for the meeting are required to be published. And also, what about the cost of publishing all of this stuff?
I apologize, and you're right, Kathy. I'm sorry about that. I actually thought that we had sort of killed that last sentence, but we didn't discuss it. So I think I just mentally went ahead. In my point of view, the separate document describing, I think, is overkill, and I do think, I think republishing Robert's Rules of Records, et cetera, I don't know that we need all of that, especially since we're in plain language. And so I'm very happy not to have a separate, keyword is separate guide describing them. So I'm very happy not to move forward on that last sentence. Personally.
I'm gonna.
Go ahead, Martha.
Doesn't I know at the beginning of financial town meeting, the moderator reads rules of the meeting.
Yes.
I don't know whose rules are. Molly maybe can answer that.
I can tell you the rules from Title 45, Chapter 3, which talk about voting at meetings. You know, when you have to have a paper ballot, that type of thing.
Is that what our moderator reads?
I believe so.
May I?
Because that goes into motions and seconds and motions on the floor and secondary motions and such.
I think the town clerk has a comment, Molly.
There is a single page of meeting rules, but I think Kathy's point was the way this is worded, it's not limited to the single page of meeting rules.
No, I understand. That wasn't my question. My question was, if there's a single page of meeting rules, that would not be an onerous thing to reproduce if there's a concern about how the meeting is run. But obviously, I think obviously, you know, the only thing you would really need would be the reference to these other items that Kathy's talking about.
But that's also something we could, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think that's also something we could just include in them. Is we don't need a charter.
Yeah.
So we can include that if we want.
So can I rephrase my restated proposal, Andre? Without the language. So I guess the way I'm wanting to move this forward is points 1 and 2 in the underlined of comments and background information, and not in number 3. I would just drop 3 because I don't think we need a separate guide. That is my personal feeling.
Would it help everybody if I read this as it would be, I think, in a motion to move forward?
Thank you. Please.
So, okay, the warning, including a plain language version of the warning describing the matters to be considered at any financial town meeting, shall be published in the newspaper of record, or in the absence of a newspaper of record, in the newspaper having a circulation in Washington County, and broadly distributed across reasonably available digital platforms.
As the town council.
As the town council may direct,
Yep.
and that would end there.
Yes. That is my proposal.
Did you make a motion to submit that to the voters of the town of New Shoreham?
I did.
I second that.
Well, you know what? Why don't you just please give me a clean motion, because we got interrupted in that motion. I'm sorry to do that to you. But just for Molly, do you have a clean motion on this?
Do you want me to read back the combination motion?
That would be good. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Stover moved to submit the proposed amendment as modified to the warrant and I don't know if it's warrant or warning. I had the warrant including a plain language version of the warrant describing the matters to be considered at any financial town meeting shall be published in a newspaper of record, or in the absence of a newspaper of record, in a newspaper having a circulation in Washington County, and broadly distributed across such reasonably available digital platforms as the town council may direct for presentation to the electors of the town of New Shoreham.
That sounds about right.
Except I don't think it's warrant. I think it is warning.
Okay, can we get a clarification? Warning or warrant? Kathy?
Well, the charter does refer to publication of the warning. So I assume that's what they were referring to, the Charter Commission.
It's what we were told the right word was.
Okay, and Kim Hackett, are you still here?
I'm still here. Does anybody have the documents from the financial town meeting? What does Molly Fitzpatrick is the town clerk is the one who produces these documents.
I know, but I'm just trying to see what the charter review is.
They're at section 301 says warrant 304, 303 or 304. 303 says warning, and this is additional language. This is new language, a new section.
Right.
I agree with Martha on this. The warning is the document that the town sergeant posts around town, and the warrant is the agenda for the meeting.
So it is the warning that we're talking about.
The warning is one paragraph long. It just says, I posted this in a central location in the town on such and such a date.
And the intent of the charter review, Keith and Kim, is for this to say warning, correct? Or warrant.
And I'm honestly not an expert in the nomenclature. I just know that we asked, I believe, Amy Landon, and she, I don't want to put words in her mouth because I think it was Amy who suggested warning.
I totally appreciate that. Can you comment on this? Because I know you've been through these before and you'll be able to answer what the intent was. I know you're muted, Kim. I don't know if you're listening.
Who are you asking me?
No, I'm asking Kim Gaffett. She's here.
Oh, sorry.
Muted.
You just faded out there.
I know. I just wanted to know what the intent is from, and Keith answered it, but all right. I just want to make sure that, because we've been discussing this proposed amendment 304, publication of financial town warnings, every meetings. So warning's the word.
Based on, Andre?
Yes, go ahead, Sven.
Based on Molly's description and based on everything that I understood from our previous conversations, the way Molly described it, I would think warrant is the correct word as Molly read it a minute ago, which is not the notice of a meeting, but it's rather what's in the meeting. Is that a correct way to say that, Molly?
Yes.
Can
So
somebody,
it sounds to me based on that this wants to get digitally available, transparent information about the meeting, not just that the meeting's being held. So it sounds to me like warrant is the correct word.
Sounds like that to me too.
Based on what I've heard here.
Martha,
Based on experience and the previous section of the charter, there may be something in state law that the Charter Review Committee was looking at. Or that Amy Land was, had in mind.
Can I make a suggestion in an attempt to move on, Andre? How about we hold, or I don't think we want to vote on what Molly read, which used the word warrant, but can we bring this back up on Wednesday once it's very clear warrant versus warning? It's a question of.
we can do that. We can,
We're literally, I think, debating one word, which is a good. It's a
I
critical.
think it's a dictionary question that I think we ought to have the answer to.
right.
I don't think anybody was wedded to either one. It was trying to make
Well, we got to
things
get it
as
right.
simple and straightforward as possible. So,
To Martha's comments, let's get it right. I agree.
You want to rescind your motions and just table this to Wednesday so you get the right words?
yes, I withdraw my motion.
I got it. It's on clerk base. Financial town meeting. The warning is oh man, it can be either one.
Martha, let's just get it right. We'll get it done on Wednesday. It's just, this will be discussed literally a minute.
Can I make a suggestion,
Right.
Andre? Could
I have the charter in front of me also, and it's unclear to me by reading the charter where this should go. So personally, I'll be voting on something that I'm not really sure of, and I'm not really comfortable doing that right now.
It has both words in it.
It does have both, and as this is our quote unquote Bible, we should get it right. So, you guys, Sven.
can Molly, for the Wednesday meeting, can we have the words that Molly read in front of us just to make sure that the rest of it's all what we think it is?
Yes.
And we can discuss warrant versus warning versus warrant at that
Yes.
meeting.
I know.
Thank you. Great point, Martha. Thank you.
So do we need a motion to table or not? I'll make a motion, we table 304 until Wednesday when we take up the other items of the charter review.
Second,
All those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
Sven?
yeah,
Keith?
Aye.
I'm in favor, motion passes 5-0. Mary Ann, you want to move on to
Sure. 408.
408?
408 is town council's powers and duties. There was a couple of minor changes. One, in the first paragraph, you and crossed out and. We had no comments on that. Under L, it said review annually. Annually is crossed out. We had no comments on that. O was the language that was added, to conduct an annual review of the scope of work undertaken by each town board or commission, review the attendance of members serving on each board or commission, and develop and implement a plan for the council members to meet regularly with each town board and commission. The only comment we had that is basically, given the number of town boards and commission, is an annual review feasible for the town council? And that was our only comment.
Am I the only one who thought we had modified that during our discussion at the last meeting?
I thought we
I don't
did.
know. I feel like we talked about this so many darn times that I thought we had somehow either fixed that or decided not to press on with it. I was honestly, when I was looking through the documents, I was sort of like, why is that here? I thought we had fixed that.
Well, from what I can see is that we're conducting a review of the scope of work undertaken by each town board or commission. And we also review the attendance of members serving on the board or commission. It's develop and implement a plan for council members to meet regularly with each town board or commission. And I think my comments to that was that it's a big time commitment. And if the charter says you have to do that, I think, like we've been doing, we've been dropping by meetings when we have time. I don't think it should be develop and implement a plan for council members to meet regularly with each town board or commission.
That's why
In order to do that, I think go ahead. Well, let me just finish.
I thought we voted this one down.
I did too.
Just like, I hate to, I thought we had just pressed forward with what are largely a couple of technical changes, if I recall correctly, or
I have under O was a 4-1 vote to move it forward as presented.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, I'll make a motion. We just drop O. We approve this and. Hang on.
I support that idea.
What's that?
I support your idea.
I think the vote was 1-4. And I think I was the one.
I do too. You were the one. I remember it.
I'm pretty sure. I hate to relive dark moments in my town council career, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Nope. 4-1. I won't tell you who said no, but go ahead.
We're more persuasive than.
I think we can figure that out, Mary Ann. Thank you so much.
Wait, wasn't it? I thought that was a 4. Am I misremembering this? Not that it would be the first time. I thought I was the only one that voted against it.
You were.
All right, so I'll make a motion to move forward the proposed amendment for presentation to the electors of the town. Section 404 in its entirety, except removing item O.
408.
408.
408.
408.
Andre.
Sorry, Mark.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and second. Go ahead, Martha.
Yeah, the only change is the striking annually, isn't it? Is that what we're left with?
And it's an and versus an or in the first paragraph.
In the first paragraph, we put or in instead of and.
Okay. Oh, yes, thank you.
Okay. All those in favor, Martha?
We're voting to strike O, correct?
We're striking O and leaving in or and removing annually.
Fine, I'll vote in favor this time.
You had to tell us, didn't you? So Sven, go ahead.
Aye.
Is Keith?
Yes.
Mark?
Aye.
I'm in favor. The motion passes 5-0 to move 408 to the electors of the town. Mary Ann?
Okay, 409. Although the change that was proposed by the Charter Commission was on the town's website. Further on, it says no ordinance shall be passed. When I went back and we reviewed our notes, that did not move forward from the council. So that clause will be taken out. So the only thing that will be added in here is on the town website. What is stated, no ordinance shall be passed by the council at a meeting or meetings at which the public hearing takes place, but the proposed ordinance shall be referred to a subsequent regular special meeting for vote thereon and shall be requested for no less than 3 weeks before said meeting. That was voted not to move forward with that. So I do apologize that is in your 409. As we were going through this stuff over the weekend, we realized that was the case. So the only change here is on the town's website.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Does anybody have comments on that?
I would just like to say, Mary Ann is forcing me to relive my ignominious defeats, and I'm
With the appropriate language, I move forward, make a recommendation to move forward with a change of on the town's website in paragraph A of 409.
Second.
Kathy, is with the appropriate language suffice, or do you need that language as a motion?
Basically, the way I understand it is you're voting to accept the recommendation of the Charter Commission as to the language of on the town's website only in section 409 of the ordinance, and to submit that to that proposed amendment for presentation to the electors of the town.
Yes.
That would be the appropriate language. I'll second that. All those in favor? Mark,
Aye.
Ben,
Aye.
Martha? Martha, are you in favor of this revision, this motion?
I'm sorry, I was talking muted phone. Aye.
Thank you. Keith?
Aye.
In favor, motion passes to send 409 by a motion, by a vote of 5-0 to send 409 as proposed to the electors of the town. Go ahead, Marianne.
The next one is 907 Police Advisory Commission. The comments and background information is just that. It's just information.
Mary Ann, I think we have to back up to section 506.
Town manager duties? Was that tonight? Did you want to discuss that tonight, Marianne? Section 506?
Was that on the agenda? Was that in your packet?
Yes, it was.
Yes.
Packet.
Okay, I
There
thought
were
it
no
was
comments.
one.
It's up to you if you're comfortable moving forward.
506, I have 502 and 507. Is that the one relating to DPW?
Town manager powers and duties. Powers and duties, the only recommendation on this was the preparation and submission to the town council at the
Oh, I'm
conclusion.
sorry, that's right. That's right, my apologies. Yes, because you did, that particular one was as proposed by the Charter Review Commission. Item letter J and L, you decided not to move forward with. However, K and L, I'm sorry, item J, you did move forward with.
Yes.
Mhm.
So I will make a motion to submit the proposed amendment, which will include preparation and submission to the town council at the conclusion of each calendar year, an assessment of the impact of seasonal fluctuations in population and activity on the enforcement and management of public safety, public health, downtown historic character, and traffic, to be presented to the electors of the town. Seconded by Sven.
Yep.
All those, any discussion? All those in favor?
I did second. Can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Instead of downtown historic, I thought of this morning. Would island character and traffic be better? And I'm thinking 10 years down the future, when given a lot of stuff that's gone on in the last year, New Harbor could be quite energetic too. And I'm just wondering if instead of labeling in the charter a specific area, if we wanted to say island character and traffic, it's a question for discussion.
Why don't you say downtown?
Well, I was just trying to spread the
No, it's a same net result. You're just getting no more, just eliminating a word instead of adding one.
Oh, okay. Yes, sorry. Eliminate downtown and make it historic character and traffic. Thank you, Martha. That's what you think, right?
I will modify my motion to.
Great idea.
I will modify the motion to strike the word downtown completely from J, So it will read preparation and submission to the town council at the conclusion of the calendar year, an assessment of impact of seasonal fluctuations in population activity on the enforcement and management of public safety, public health, historic character, and traffic.
I revise my second.
All those in favor, Sven?
Right?
Keith?
Yes.
Martha?
Aye. Aye.
And Mark?
Aye.
I approve. Motion carries by a vote of 5-0 to move the recommended changes to section 506 to the electors of the town. Go ahead, Mary Ann. if you-
Okay, so 907. Sorry about that. 907, Police Academy, Police Advisory Commission, I'm sorry, Police Advisory Commission. The proposed ordinance, the proposed charter amendment that was proposed by the Charter Commission. We have comments, background information. That is strictly that, comments and background information. Like what happens with a lot of the charter, it dovetails and ties into some of our ordinance. This is more of a reminder that if this ordinance moves forward, if this charter amendment moves forward, we may have to make some changes to our ordinance as they currently stand. And even if it doesn't, I have some questions about some of the current ordinances as to whether or not they're applicable in light of what we have in this particular section of the charter, and also the section on the police department.
Has everybody on the council had a chance to review the comments and the background information provided on this?
Yes.
And does anyone have any comments? Council-wise? No.
I'm good.
Okay.
But I just want to be sure everybody is aware of the, I think what we have in the charter and in the ordinances, and this is RIFT, there are things that predated the charter change that never changed to this charter and the form of government that never got fixed. This was voted in '89, went into effect in '90, and they're just still hanging fire. And I would hope everybody does read the entirety of the back page of that, get an idea of what Marianne's talking about.
My question to, is Kathy Marola here?
Yes.
Okay, so if we move forward with a police advisory commission, what will take precedence over right now governing the conduct of that advisory commission? Would it be?
The charter will always take precedent. The way it was written before, it says there may be, and that kind of dovetailed with these ordinances that the council may serve as a police advisory commission. So if the shall comes in, then all of the language about the town council having the option of serving as the police advisory commission, that would all come out of the ordinances.
Okay, thank you.
But it's also the stuff about the operation of the department.
Yeah,
I think higher.
Well, all right.
Yeah.
So the trouble,
That on the table that has to be remembered.
that's exactly it, and I want clarification on, because the powers and duties of the town acting as police, the town, okay. If the town council does appoint a 5-member commission to act as the police advisory commission, it shall have all the duties, powers, and authority granted to the town council under the provisions of this article. And it talks about having to go through the budgets of the police and hiring police, and that will no longer be applicable. Kathy, if we pass 907 and it gets passed by the voters.
If 907 gets passed, then what would happen is the town council wouldn't have that option. I mean, these ordinances kind of fall under the situation where the town council has decided not to appoint a police advisory commission. And this is the scheme that was developed by prior councils by including this in the ordinance. So the first thing we'll need to know is if this is going to go to the voters. If it does go to the voters and the voters pass it, then we're going to have to do ordinance revisions to match what's passed.
Okay, but sometimes ordinances get passed and don't get passed. So the question I have is there a chance that this police advisory commission, once it's set up, dictated by the council, will be responsible for, could be responsible for preparation of the budget for the police department and interview applicants for all positions within the police department, as stated in section 1320 under purpose, which would completely undermine the power of the town manager right now. I mean, I'm just
Right.
not the police commission that I want. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
and that's why,
Is this
sorry, go ahead, Ma.
Is this the
So
police?
the ordinance needs to be regardless.
Is that the police commission we will get if we pass 907?
But we need to change the
Well-
ordinance regardless.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
I understand that, but. Okay, does anybody want to make a motion on this?
Well, oh, sorry, Andre.
No, go ahead.
So it's a great question, and I want to make sure we are all clear on this. So if we pass 907 as adjusted, then, and I'm Kathy, can you please correct me where I go wrong here? If we pass 907 as adjusted in this, we will then, and the voters pass it, we will then need to go and adjust all of the sections below that you've noted. Specifically, to Andre's question, 1320 purpose will be struck as currently and be rewritten to the purpose that the town council believes is appropriate. Is that correct or wrong?
Yes, that's correct.
So
You'll
therefore-
have to, go ahead.
No, so therefore the purpose, as Andre just read it, which is a really good point, I want to make sure we're clear, that will go away. And in essence, we will put in words, much like I think the Charter Review Commission wanted this advisory commission to have a purpose.
Yeah,
So
but that remember, that purpose under the ordinance talks about when the town council is sitting as the police advisory commission.
I'm with you.
And if the charter is amended, the town council will never sit as the police advisory commission.
So we will rewrite that. So I'm right with Andre. I do not want to take this away from the town manager. So we can totally change that purpose to whatever we see fit. And the Charter Review Commission gave suggestions as the purpose, correct?
Well, I don't think.
Yes.
What were the suggestions of the charter review?
I believe they were in the document. But anyway, the point is we can change the purpose.
You can, but I guess all I'm pointing out, to be hyper technical here, is that purpose 1320 only seems to apply if the town council is the one sitting as the police advisory commission, not if some other police advisory commission. And if this charter amendment is passed, the town council will never sit as the police advisory commission. So we have to wait and see if it passes, and then if it does, then we'll make it all conform to the new charter provision.
So the question we're asking is if right now we could appoint a charter commission, and please clarify this for me because I really wanted this answer.
Yep.
A clarification on this. So if we don't automatically, the town council doesn't automatically sit as we would have to appoint ourselves, correct? Like right now with the absence of a police advisory commission, we don't just automatically sit as it. We would have to appoint ourselves as it, right?
Yes, you would have to make a determination because it says the town council under section 218 may serve as a police advisory commission. And the way the charter is written right now, there may be a police advisory commission, which means that the council could elect never to make itself the police advisory commission under all these may provisions of the current charter and the ordinances.
So what was the intent? I think, Keith, was the intent was the intent of this, the charter review to just make sure the town has a police commission?
There were a couple of things. One is it was very clear, and you know this better than I, that there was there were communication issues, and there were some in the community who were concerned about not being heard, and it was an attempt to deal with that, but not to vest the Police Advisory Commission with functions that were better reserved for the town council or the town manager, which has the supervisory authority over the town manager over the police chief. So we specifically did not want to overstep what we viewed as overstepping by having an appointed police advisory commission that had the range of duties that were enumerated in the final sentence. You know, reviewing the police chief. I actually think there was even more in here. Sort of assessing her performance, et cetera. Those were jobs we felt pretty strongly ought to be reserved for the town council and for the town manager, but that this police advisory commission would serve as a required regular method for the broader community to be interacting and conversing with the chief of police.
Okay, I just want to hold on discussion right now until we get Mark back. I think he's into the interwebs somewhere. And I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
By the way, you know, it may be in that context. It may be in that context that the name of this thing is wrong. You know what I mean? I don't know. It may, you know, maybe, I don't know.
The question, I guess the question is do we want to make sure the town council is never a police commission? Do we want to make ourselves a police commission? We can, or now, if we want to. But do we, I mean, that pointed out to me, that's, you know, do we want to go that route? Do we want to make sure the town council is never the police commission? I guess my question would be, but I have to wait until Mark comes back.
Well, if you,
because we could, or is the intent to make sure that there always was a police commission? Because we could do this at our next meeting. We could appoint.
That's part of it. That's why the may to a shall. But again, it was our opinion. I don't think you and I are on opposite sides of this one, Andre, at all.
No, we're not,
because I think
we're not. But what
has an essential function.
What makes me kind of pause is removing the council from the whole thing. If we go with this, the council can never serve as the police commission. That's correct, right?
Yes.
You know, yes.
I know.
But there are ordinances, as we heard from Martha, that need to be up. I was under the impression that the idea here was we could pass this and then update ordinances that needed to be updated anyway. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but that was what I took away from my conversations today. I didn't realize that somehow we were swimming into very murky waters on supervision of our police department, which is what it feels like right now. And that's new to me.
Well, the only point that I was trying to make was I think that the purpose that's stated, particularly where we're interviewing applicants, it has to go regardless if it's the town council, if it's a police commission, doesn't matter who it is. I mean, that's just an outdated, archaic provision in the ordinances that has to go. And that's probably completely muddying the waters of the item before us.
Right.
So Andre, is Mark back?
I don't know. Molly, support team. We have Mark here. I don't think I see him.
No, he's not quite in yet. I'm trying to get him.
Okay.
Without discussing new material, Andre, if it's okay, I
No.
believe, Keith, what you just said, which is if 907 passes by the voters, then a lot of those ordinances need to change after that fact, of which, to the comments, 1320 is one of them, purpose. And it'll reflect what we want. Right, versus what's in there now, because that was assuming it's the town
And
council.
my point is that we can create what we want at our next meeting if we wanted to. We could. But this is just going to ensure that there always is one, and it'll never be the town council. We could create,
But you could craft an ordinance that established our powers and duties as it related to policing in the community, or the way that we feel the department should run, or what we expect that the town manager is going to do. Not everything has to be called a police advisory commission. I would argue that it's probably timely for us to be updating these ordinances, but that's just me.
I'm just looking for Mark again.
Way beyond timely.
Mark seems to be having some technical issues. He's bouncing in and out of the meeting.
How do we proceed?
You want to take a 5-minute break, or just hold?
You want to recess? Yeah.
Please call a recess. We'll try to get him on.
Can we stay on this Zoom though, so we don't have
100%, but please, recess your discussions.
Make a motion for take 5-minute recess.
second?
All those in favor? Martha?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I wonder if we lost you too. Sven?
Not on the west side.
Keith?
Yes.
All right, the motion passes. We just
Yes.
5-minute recess waiting for Mark. It's 8:42 right now. We will be back at 8:47 promptly.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Stand by.
Mark, welcome back. Mark, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Mark, you're going to need to unmute your phone. Do you remember how to unmute a phone?
Got me now?
Got you, Mark.
I warned you guys.
It's all right, Mark. You'll be making up this time during prom with Mr. Hand.
I'm not even going to ask what that means.
All right, I apologize. I'm ready to continue.
Thanks, Mark. Just wait for Mary Ann. Dr. Murphy's there she is. Mary Ann, you ready?
So you left off at 9:07, I guess?
Yes. I'm just going to do a roll call. Martha, you here?
I'm here.
Mark?
Here.
Okay, thank you. And Sven, I see you. And Keith, you? Keith Stover, I see you. Okay, so we were talking about the Police Advisory Commission and how it pertains to ordinance that are currently on the books that would need to be changed. Comments, continued comments, or?
If I can make one comment, Andre, I believe your point, which I want to make sure we do discuss, is that this eliminates the town council from being the police advisory commission, excuse me. And I believe you were asking, is that really what we want versus a lot of the resolutions that need to be adjusted? Am I correct in that, or?
I'm just wondering if that's what we want to do.
Yeah. I think, in my personal opinion, having not been on the Charter Review Commission, I believe that there has been a lot of discussion around a Police Advisory Commission for numerous years. I understand that means it won't be the town council, and we'll have to find 5 good members from the community and or at large, at large. And I think this is an important commission that will help the community.
Thanks for that. And the clarification I was looking for was that, so everybody just needs to understand that we would be creating a mandatory police advisory commission that would no longer be the town council. And that's pretty much it, like you said. It's just that, but I also need, it should be also understood that we as a town council have the power to do that right now. This is mandating that for future councils also. Mark, do you have any comments on this? I know you dropped out a little bit, and we did wait for you. We took a recess, and we didn't have any substantive discussion while you were away. So I want to give you the opportunity to have a comment.
I believe we all know the intention of this. That's to get everyone and anyone the opportunity to present pluses and good things and bad things to a board or committee or commission or council to hopefully remedy a problem or so. And I did not see that on Block Island in a long time. When I tried to address this several years ago during my last tenure on council, All I was told is that we are the town, we are the police commission as a town council. And then when I requested to meet as a town, as the police advisory commission, they would not allow it. So this is to make sure that group is seated somewhere on a regular basis so they can listen to and hopefully address any problems. Now, my only question is, if we can't find enough qualified people to serve on this board, is there any way we could include that absent a police advisory commission, the town council shall serve in that role?
Well, right now, that's the way it does read, with no changes. We would have to just appoint ourselves, and there would be. I think the answer, and I don't know what went on in councils you were in past, but I think what the confusion, I don't know if it's confusion, but I think what it was is the town council never appointed itself. So we couldn't just go, and we couldn't just go act as one until you appointed yourself that one. So that's why you didn't have one. We haven't had one. We just never appointed one. I know from these discussions, it seems as though the majority of this council wants one, and we could make one next week without changing the charter. So I'm just, to be clear, you're mandating every town council to have this board. And I just want to say that just to clarify, just for the public, this is what this will do. We have the power to do this now. We could do it tomorrow or the next day at our next meeting. Any town council could, but this is going to mandate every town council does. And then
Understood, Andre. Okay.
yeah, and Mary Lynn, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. And Sven, do you have a question? I see some public.
I do. Just to further your point, we can either, we the town council could appoint, currently we could appoint a police advisory commission, or we could appoint ourselves a police advisory commission.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Christopher Willie, I see you have your hand up.
Thanks, Andre. This has come up in the past 4 years a couple of times. And I think you're right, Andre, is that the past council never appointed themselves. Here's the thing that has to be specified is in the event that the town council, this is where you get into a kind of a limbo, is you get to a town council that doesn't want to appoint themselves as a police advisory commission, but they also don't appoint a police advisory commission. You can't have, you have to have, if you don't have one, you have to have the other. We just went through, we've been through this several times, and I think Mark even alluded to it, is you have a town council that doesn't want to appoint themselves as a police commission, but they also don't want to appoint a police commission. You get into this cycle. So I think whatever wording you come up with is, in the event there is not a separate appointed police commission, the town council must serve as it. I mean, otherwise, to appoint yourselves doesn't make any sense. I think you have to have one or the other, not neither. A scenario when you have neither. If that makes any sense. You
That
follow
makes
what I'm saying?
No, I know that. Yeah, and I understand that, what you're saying.
Yeah, Andre, the net result has to be an avenue for people to go and express either applause or dissatisfaction and hopefully have it heard and remedied.
Thanks, Mark. Chris?
What also hasn't been mentioned and was mentioned at the last meeting is, you know, an advisory commission, or this is a public outreach arm for the town council and for the police department. Never mind bringing problems, but also trying to find solutions, help the police department or police chief, sitting police chief, town manager find solutions to some issues that may or may not arise, you know, but like, you know, there was a time when there was a, what is it, a moped bike safety commission, Mark, you could probably allude or elaborate on that, but they had a helmet program in place. That's something that I think a police commission could be charged with, is some public outreach to the community, and to be a benefit, so I wouldn't want to see the town council burdened with it. So I see a benefit of appointing 5 individuals. And I think the town manager should be included in it as the commission, or whatever you want to call it. I don't see it as, the commission, I think, has that historically, and I've said it before, a bad connotation. The police commission was convened when they wanted to fire somebody, and that's not what it should be. It should be more of a public outreach arm, and focus on solutions to problems, instead of just dealing with problems, if that makes any sense.
And I think we're on board with that. I do, and I agree, and I think I've said that in the past too. And you and I, when you were here, discussed that. Is that it had always been a witch hunt, a head hunt, and I wouldn't support that of a commission I would put together. However, I don't want a committee put together that would hamper the town manager's ability to oversee this department. So that's where I'm at on that. Go ahead, Sven.
I guess Kathy, or maybe to Kathy or to Keith, is there a way, Kathy, I guess, after the first sentence where it says, so be arranged, 1 term expires each year, to add it, to be able to craft a sentence that relates, if the town council does not, I got to think about this. If the town council does not appoint a police commission, the town council is the police commission. I mean, I'm trying to get to your point, Andre, that we have a police commission no matter what, either appointed or it's the town council. Versus,
that's not a problem. I could have that language next meeting.
Right. Versus that right now.
We're requiring under the charter that there be one.
I know.
Exactly. No, I'm with you. I'm with you. But I'm
so but if you're with me, what does that sentence do?
It means, because right now,
if we have a requirement in the charter that one be appointed, then one must be appointed. Right? I'm sorry. I'm just having a hard time understanding. We're requiring that a police commission be appointed. There shall be a police commission. So then we're going to put in language that says, oh, if you fail to do that, you guys are the police commission. But we're required to do it.
I don't want the town council being involved with employee matters, and that includes the police. That's not allowed.
I agree.
So I'd hate.
And we felt the same way on charter review.
You good, Sven?
Oh yeah, I was trying to address your concern of making sure that town council isn't. I voted for this one before. I'm fine with it the way it is. So.
How do we want to move? Do we want to proceed?
Take a vote.
Anybody can make a motion.
Okay.
I would like to propose that if we do move forward with this, communicate regularly. And I'm just going to put this in the hopper for thought. The underline, to meet at least quarterly with the police chief to discuss any challenges faced by the department and community related to law enforcement. Could we add community issues? That's
that's a yes for me.
Sure. Yeah.
Kathy or Mary Ann, do you see any problems with this? I mean, those 2 words. added after law.
I don't see a problem with that.
I don't see a problem either.
I'll make a motion that we present to the voters for consideration Section 907 to read 907 Police Advisory Commission. There shall be a Police Advisory Commission of 5 members appointed by the Town Council, each to serve for a term of 5 years, said terms to be so arranged that one term expires each year. It shall be the responsibility of the commission to meet at least quarterly with the chief of police to discuss any challenges faced by the department and community related to law enforcement and community issues, and communicate regularly with the town council. So as I read that, no, hold on. As I read that out loud, I think it would be the town manager that would communicate these issues to the town council. Does anybody have any comment on that? Like, this is putting another board directly in contact with the town council on a department that's overseen by the town manager. Is that an issue with anybody? Kathy?
It is with me. I agree with you, Andre. I think it feels like it's also kind of open-ended if you're advising the council, the manager, the chief of police. We're not advising, communicate regularly with. Again, this goes back to the old chain of command that didn't exist when these things were in place so many years ago, and it just never got really fixed. And I think when the original charter, these are the things that I would have hoped the Charter Review Commission would have picked up. I just take the town council out of that equation. The town manager communicates with the town council.
Well, that's what
I don't want. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you.
I just don't want a committee that's, again, reports to us and it kind of works on its own out there.
I think it's advisory to the town council on matters of public safety policy, but
I just don't, like I said, I just don't want to create something that's going to sidestep the authority of the town manager over a department. And I know what you're saying. I can process what you're saying. Sven, do you have any comment?
Question to Keith: if one were to strike with the town council, and it's communicate regularly with the town manager and the chief of police. Thoughts? Because I'm hearing.
I mean, I'm okay with that. I think I don't want to lose the concept over this, but we do have a number of commissions that are advisory to the town council. We took out all of the stuff that could be construed as somehow this police advisory commission having a role in managing, handling complaints, you know what I mean? Sort of this kind of quasi oversight type role. That wasn't what we were trying to get at. We were trying to get at, a genuine kind of establishing a regular opportunity for communication. I don't really. I mean, if you'd rather they reported to the town manager, that's fine. But I don't think that this is necessarily all that unusual, given that we have other commissions that are advisory to us.
If I can,
but again,
Andre, if I can you, so if I think about all the other commissions or committees or, groups, there aren't any that sort of oversee, and I'm going to be very literal here, an employee or a group of employees. Like there's not a commission of road work. There's not a commission of, well, there's a harbors commission, I guess.
Yeah, there's a rec commission too.
A what?
There's a rec commission too. There's a water and sewer board. There's a health services board who oversees.
Well, sewer and water are under separate legislation, and the rec is just a board.
Understood, but just reference. And we're talking about $1 million budget here.
Anybody?
The harbors is a good corollary, I guess, which is a large budget, a large revenue actually. And technically they do report up into the town council. I mean, from a reporting point of view, harbors committee, but the harbor master, just like this case would be, reports to the town manager. So I think there is a corollary there, unless I'm wrong. Thank you.
You're welcome, Sven.
I'm good.
Let me go back, Andre. Again, I'm not looking to micromanage anything, but for a long time, people have tackled me, called me, whatever means possible, got in touch with me because of something that was happening in this particular department. And there always seemed that it fell on deaf ears. So I'm not going to vote against anything that moves this forward. But again, the net result has to be, there has to be that board or committee, that avenue for people to feel comfortable, not worried that they're going to lose a get out of jail free card, or I already have one, so I don't want to say anything negative, or my business might be negatively impacted. There has to be a comfortable group to sit in front of to bring your concerns, whether they be positive or negative.
And I think we agree with that. We're just trying to get this right because this is our Bible. This is exactly how we have to follow this to the word. So, I mean, I'm fine with that. I think we all agree that we do need this group. Maybe not all of us, but I think the majority of us do. So I don't think there's any argument there. It's just getting this right so it doesn't get in the way of how our town manager can oversee the department. If the group does feel as though that this doesn't actually do that, I'm fine with that. If we want to change some of the language on that to make sure it doesn't do that, I'm fine with that also. I do want to move it forward. I just want to get it right. So Molly, do we have a motion on?
You do have a motion. It wasn't seconded, and the motion was to bring the language in 907 for consideration to the voters with the addition of the words "and community issues" and after law enforcement.
Sven,
I'm paraphrasing the motion.
Would anybody, if we do communicate regularly with the town council, would anybody would that make a difference? Or do you want them to communicate with the town council?
No.
Because, all right, so I'm going to read two versions of this. I'm going to read the version that it is now, and then I'll read the version of with that. Okay. So everybody can just hear this. Do you want me to do that? Okay. There shall be a police advisory commission of 5 members appointed by the town council, each to serve for a term of 5 years, said terms to be so arranged that one term expires each year. It shall be the responsibility of the commission to meet at least quarterly with the chief of police to discuss any challenges faced by the department and community related to law enforcement and community issues. And to communicate regularly with, the way it's written now is communicate regularly with the town council, the town manager, and the chief of police relating to matters pertaining to the police department on the commission's own initiative or upon request made of it for advice. And then if we wanted to remove the town council, it would meet, I'm just going to go with where the bold is now, to meet at least quarterly with the chief of police to discuss any challenges faced by the department and community related to law enforcement and community issues, and to communicate regularly with the town manager and the chief of police relating to matters pertaining to the police department on the commission's own initiative or upon request made of it for advice. What does everybody feel more comfortable with? That would be
I can live with that. The only problem was how to tiptoe around this.
You don't have to tiptoe, Momo. We don't know you like that.
And it's just nothing against a new town manager, but there have been town managers who seem to squelch a lot of information that I thought the town council should have been aware of. But I think even by eliminating town council, as you say, Andre, if that particular item is that controversial or that noteworthy, it's going to get to our table one way or another. So I would be comfortable with eliminating town council.
Thank you, Mark. Keith?
I disagree. I think we should keep town council in. I don't have any problem hearing this stuff. And I have no desire to manage the police department, but I'm not uncomfortable being in the loop on these conversations.
Thanks, Keith.
Okay, my presumption is that the town manager is our communication arm and our contact, and I don't see any necessity of being directly involved in this. And I certainly wouldn't want this to go back to being people coming to complaining to council members. I mean, people don't complain to me because I tell them, don't, it's not ours. Go talk to the town manager if you've got a complaint. And I don't think people do.
Sven, do you have any?
I like the revised, the town manager reports to town council, and we can ask them for quarterly updates as to what's going on. But given that these have a tendency to get into staffing, prioritization, things of that nature, I'd rather it be with the town manager. So I would strike town council.
All right. So let me read that back to you one more time. All right. So I'll make that motion just so I don't have to make the motion again because it can be voted on. I will motion to present to the electors of the town a revised section 907 Police Advisory Commission to read, there shall be a police advisory commission of 5 members appointed by the town council, each to serve for a term of 5 years. Said terms to be so arranged that one term expires each year. It shall be the responsibility of the commission to meet at least quarterly with the chief of police to discuss any challenges faced by the department and community related to law enforcement and community issues, and communicate regularly with the town manager and the chief of police relating to matters pertaining to the police department on the commission's own initiative or upon request made of it for advice. That's the motion.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. Any discussion? And I don't mind discussion. We can spend all night on this if we feel like it. I'm not, because obviously this is really important and we have kicked this around for a little while. And I really enjoy the debate on this and I think it needed to be had. All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Mark,
Aye, and I applaud this council for following through on this.
thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Keith,
Yes.
Sven,
Yes.
and I approve. So the motion will pass unanimously to be for 907 to be passed on to the electors of the town for Police Advisory Commission.
Can I say one thing, Andre? Sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to Mark's comment, I want to applaud the council. One, a unanimous decision, I think is very important messages, but I think the debate we just had is something that for at least the last 3 years on the town council, we've wanted to have that debate. For the years that I've been on it, and I thank everybody for the debate, and I thank the Charter Commission for creating that debate. So thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Moving on. Moving on, announce, discuss, and act on the January 5th, 2021 Rhode Island Airport Corporation public meeting on general aviation airport strategic business plan for Block Island State Airport. There is a meeting that the RIAC has set, and they're inviting community members and other stakeholders of outlying general aviation GA airports to receive an update on RIAC's strategic business planning process and seek additional community input. RIAC operates and maintains Rhode Island's general airports, Block Island, Newport, North Central, Quonset, and Westerly for the benefit of the state, local communities, and stakeholders. Please note that due to the current pandemic, all meetings will be held virtually by a Zoom platform. And then there's a notice in the packet of when these meetings are. Tuesday, January 5th, which is tomorrow, is specific to the Block Island State Airport. Since 2019, RIAC has been gathering community stakeholder and public input into a strategic business plan for general aviation airports throughout the state, intended to identify airport and community needs, as well as the feasibility and desirability of on-airport amenities and other potential development. It goes into the key elements of the plan. I don't think I really need to read all that because we can summarize this with the discussion. I will say that I think this is an ongoing discussion with RIAC. We have a letter from the Block Island State Airport Stakeholders Group, and we did send a resolution in support of funding back in April 24th of 2019. And since then, I think there was a meeting last 2 falls ago with town representatives and RIAC. I think Martha and Sven attended that. And there was Sven and I and Marianne most recently had a Zoom conversation with them. And I believe this is a summary of these meetings of their plan moving forward with the Block Island State Airport. But that's just the background that I'm going to give, and I'll let Marianne take over from here.
So yes, there was a meeting that I attended with Sven and Andre with the Rhode Island Airport Corporation. They're in the process of putting together a 10-year strategic plan. The slide deck that we received from that meeting, I did forward to the council, so you all should have that. Tomorrow night's meeting is a requirement as one of the airports that's part of the Rhode Island Corporation. There's a number of meetings going on the rest of this week and next week, including Newport, Quonset, Westerly, and I think the airport in Northern Rhode Island. I do plan to attend via Zoom, obviously, that meeting tomorrow night. I'm just looking for some direction from the council in the sense what I plan to state at that particular meeting is to reaffirm the April 2019 resolution that was adopted by the council. I just am looking for feedback because we do have 2 new councilors on the council since that time. And also the slide deck that they presented and what they advised us, what they were looking to do with the airport as relates to parking and storage. I think we fully support that. However, I think it's outlined in the resolution. We need to be clear that as well as the parking and the storage that will now be allowable, that we cannot lose sight of the infrastructure, specifically the runway. And the funding of that, as I understand it, that runway really could use some repairs. And I think we need to remind the Rhode Island Airport Corporation that they should put that in the strategic plan and be something that they do sooner instead of later. We want to remind the Airport Corporation that the airport is our lifeline. As you all well know, when someone needs to be medically lifted off the airport, off the island, it's via that airport. And we cannot lose sight of that. So that's what we need to emphasize at this meeting on tomorrow night.
Thank you. I see Henry, Henry, you're DuPont, you're here. I just want to give, I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak on behalf of the stakeholders group. And thank you for coming. But I just want to see if the councilors have any comments on this yet. Sean, I mean, not Sean, Mark, and I'm wondering if you have any questions or need any clarifications about the resolution or anything related to RIAC. Is there anything we can help with, you know, if you're not clear on any of this stuff, just let us know.
I got a lengthy education from Henry DuPont.
Okay, that's perfect.
Same here.
Same here. Henry, I guess it's your
I
turn.
do have a couple.
Andre?
Go ahead, Keith.
I just have a couple of one point and one question. For some reason, I did not receive the slide deck, Marianne. So if you don't mind sending that to me again, I'd appreciate it.
I will, yes.
Or at least I can't find it,
Okay.
which is I shouldn't say I didn't get it because that lays the blame on someone other than myself when probably I just
You bring up a good point. I'm wondering if I sent
The
it
other
out
thing
prior
is-
to the election. That's what I'm thinking, Keith. You may not have received it. You're absolutely
Oh,
right.
maybe. Gotcha.
I'll
Okay.
I'll definitely
Thank
double
you
check
so
on that.
much.
Though, good point. Yeah, you may be right on that.
Mark, do you
The
have?
other thing is there's a fundamental question that sticks in my craw as I've reviewed the material, and frankly, Henry's been so helpful in sending some stuff to me. But and that is, I hate to be simple-minded about it, but where's our money? The FAA grant is literally called an entitlement grant. When you reach a certain level of passengers and landings, you are actually entitled to a check from the federal government, and we haven't seen a penny of that. And if I were meeting with RIAC, I would just ask that question. I mean, I think we know where it went. It went to Providence. But we have real needs here. And to your point, Marianne, it's a lifeline. I want to know where our money is and whether we can expect to get it this year.
Henry?
Oh, Sven has his hand up.
Okay, Sven, go ahead.
Yeah, just real briefly, I think having been at a lot of the almost all the meetings, and Henry has been there as well, Marianne, recently. Just a quick background, Keith asked sort of an essential question, and it goes deeper because there were plans in place, as Henry will, I'm sure, illuminate. There were plans in place where we were granted or allotted monies. I believe we should reaffirm the 2019 resolution, which talks about that 4.3 million. Other activities that Marianne is very aware of is, increased parking at the airport, increased accessibility, and obviously, as you've read in the documents about runway management. And I think that Keith, we've asked that question many times, and the answer has not been acceptable. And I will say that the stakeholders group has been very helpful in continuing the pressure. And I think that this is an opportunity for Marianne to reaffirm that 2019 document and for us to ask those exact questions once again in the public meeting. Sorry, thank you, Andre.
You're welcome, Sven. Henry, would you like to?
Thank you for inviting me to participate. these meetings are being held for all the airports. And in fact, when you met with them in the fall of 2019, they told you they wanted to schedule this meeting next. And I think Martha and Sven were both pretty adamant about, no, we're not going to schedule this meeting until we meet with RIAC and the town officials to resolve this funding issue and why our $4.3 million ramp improvement project was taken out of the RIAC and the state capital improvement budgets. Well, an update on this is when we had a meeting with them about 3 weeks ago, they offered, when asked the same question, oh, we're going to spend $833,000 to repair the cracks on the ramp. And if you go to the airport and you look at the ramp, and there's no other airport ramp in our region that looks like this, except maybe at an abandoned airport. All those black lines are cracks, and in some places, they actually have to mow the asphalt because of the weeds that are going up through the ramp. And so they want to, grind up all that liquid asphalt filler and replace it when for $833,000. And the danger with this is if they do that, A, they're not giving us the ramp expansion that was identified in 2011 that we need, because we only have 25 parking places for 125 aircraft. I mean, we're the only airport in the region that doesn't have significant parking like this, except for Newport. And this fall, they tore up the Newport apron and expanded it and repaired it for $3.3 million. And the reason why it was less than what we need is they already had parking for 50 planes and they expanded it to 75. We have parking for 25 planes and they should expand it to 75. And by the paving would extend out past the hangar out towards the west in that grassy area where the helicopters land. I mean, that's a logical place for that's what the plans show for, and that's what we're all expecting. So in any case, this is a public meeting. Anyone can join the call, and I hope that Marianne and whoever else actually notifies RIAC ahead of time. I'll send you the number so that they expect you, and then when you show up on the call, your title as a town official will show up instead of just your phone number. So I'll send you the agenda that they just sent if you don't have it already, and the call and the notification instructions so that you are welcomed automatically to the call. So in summary, Newport got their 3.3 million ramp improvement. It's just being finished now. And we should insist that we get ours. This is the second busiest airport in the state, and they're treating us very poorly. So thank you for all your efforts in helping us get a Class A airport instead of one that looks like it's abandoned.
Thank you, Henry. That's what we're here to do tonight. We're here to give the town manager direction to speak for the council at this meeting. And obviously you'll be there.
Yes.
Okay, I certainly appreciate that. Martha, go ahead.
Yeah, just one thing. I listen to Newport radio sometimes, and they were talking about this morning in Newport, and they said that they now are the second busiest airport, probably because they have a better runway. That they didn't say that, I did.
Yeah.
Right.
But we need to check that before we.
Newport has more in plane has more aircraft takeoffs and landings, but due to our airline, we have more enplanements. And because the airline flies 17,000 people a year, and that's what entitles us to our $1 million a year, and Westerly as well. And we're not seeing that money. And I sent Keith and Mark the affidavits that the state has to fill out every year, saying that they're going to use our money at other airports. getting permission from the FAA to do that. So this has been going on for 7 or 8 years, ever since the airline passed the 10,000 passenger enplanement mark.
And this isn't my neck to beat up your dad. We have money we're entitled to. Let's get it.
I'm sorry, who was that? Was that Mark?
That's Mark.
Thanks, Mark. So council, how do you want to proceed with the town manager speaking for us? Go ahead, Sven.
I suggest that we reaffirm and vote to reaffirm the 2019 resolution so that Marianne can say the new council, 2 new members did it.
Marianne? You there?
Yep, I think that's great. I think that's a good idea. And I would present it that way, that this is now the second council that has voted and presented this a resolution. So we can say now it's 2 different council and they've reaffirmed, the second council has reaffirmed what the first council has done.
And we did have help from our, from upstate, our senators, in getting this resolution and some pressure on them back in the past. So, you know, we have a lot of good people on our side. We just have to just keep doing the battle, I guess. Go ahead, Henry.
Actually, it was the resolution that was earlier that year in January, after they decided to defund our airport attendants and they were gone. There's an earlier resolution on file asking RIAC to restore the funding and to restore our airport attendants. And Senator Sosnowski sent a very powerful letter to the RIAC administrator saying what's going on. And, you know, how could you possibly do this to us? And within weeks, they had funded the position and got flight level to return back to Block Island. So I don't expect our voices in a public meeting to really have much effect. I think that the next step is going to be to reaffirm to Senator Sosnowski and Representative Filippi that we need RIAC to reinstate the 4.3 million and to start on that project this coming fall. Otherwise, it won't happen.
Thanks, Henry. So make a motion that we just give the town manager our voice. I don't know how else to word a motion to enable the town manager to speak for the town council on behalf of enable the town manager to speak for the town council, speak on behalf of the town council at the hang on a second, my agenda.
January 5th.
At the January 5th RIAC stakeholders meeting, and to reiterate the resolution from April 24th, 2019. And does anybody else want to add anything to that? Sven?
I would like to actually take a vote so that we get the vote on the record, and we can do. I'd rather do that before we. Yeah, I just want to take a vote on reaffirming. Sorry, on reaffirming.
Yeah, that was my motion.
Okay, so
Second.
So we're gonna so we're reaffirming the resolution of April 24th, 2019. Second.
We're giving the town manager the authority to speak for the town council on behalf of the town council at the airport stakeholders at the January 5th airport RIAC meeting with respect to the April 24th agenda and basically the town to speak for us.
So I agree with that. I agree with that resolution. My question is, though, I think we should also have a resolution that reaffirms. So basically that empowers the town manager to speak. I want to reaffirm the April 24th document.
Okay.
Just basically vote on it so that it's clear that 2 other new members and 2 councils have done it.
Okay, so let's get this motion out of the way, authorizing.
Wasn't that all? Wasn't that all that? I'm sorry. Wasn't that all in the motion?
Hold
I
on,
believe it was.
Andre, what was your motion?
what?
What was your motion?
I am motioning to give the town manager the authority to speak on behalf of the town council at the January 5th RIAC stakeholders meeting with respect to reaffirming our April 24th, 2019 resolution that was sent, and that's about that. Or should we add like any other airport business that,
Could we say that we're confirming the town manager speaks on our behalf? Because I don't think we have to actually authorize the town manager to speak on our behalf.
Yes, I agree.
She's asking us to do that.
For the authority or to affirm it?
I would strongly recommend you affirm the resolution.
Right.
Period.
So that way we can say that the resolution has been affirmed, has been reaffirmed, and it's now going through two sets of councils.
And that we're going to do that after we
Okay.
tell you what to do. Right. Do you need that motion for us to tell you what to do? Okay.
I can do it.
Okay. So, all right. So I'll withdraw that half motion. I will make a motion to reaffirm New Shore Town Council resolution supporting restoring RIAC capital improvement program funds with the Block Island State Airport of April 24th, 2019.
Second.
Resolution 2019-06. Thank you. Seconded by Sven. Councilors, you all have a copy of this and you've read it?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Keith? Keith there? Sven?
I
approve. Did we lose Keith?
Oh no.
I think we did. I don't see him in the list.
John's working on Keith.
I know. I figured you were. No, it's not. Mark, it's not only you.
Aye.
Mark, we've lost Keith. We're just waiting for him to get.
We had some kind of glitch over here. All of our.
He's back in.
Keith,
Thank you.
Keith, were you on long enough to hear a motion?
I heard everything, and I'm prepared to vote.
Okay, good. I'm only asking for your vote.
Yes.
Well, that worked out great, doesn't it? So the motion carries to reaffirm the New Shore Town Council resolution dated April 24th in support of restoring the capital improvement program funds at the Block Island State Airport. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Hank.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for being with us for so long. I mean, your dedication to that airport is appreciated by many, I think. So
I appreciate it.
all right. So review and next item on the agenda is to review and act on resignations and annual appointments of the town of New Shore officials and members of the boards, committees, and commissions continued from December 16th, 2020. I have the list here. I think we're just going to go through it. Everybody have that list in front of them. The Block PC list of December 8th, 2020. It should have a pink and a yellow lines on it. It came from the clerk's office, and does everybody have that?
Yes.
Sven?
Yep.
Martha, you're all good? And
Yeah.
we're just gonna start at the top. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have like 10 pages of appointments to make, so we're just gonna start at the top. And so here we go. The Black Island Power Company Shareholder Board, those two positions historic.
Excuse me, Andre.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
It's Island Light and Power Company, not BIPCO.
Thank you. On the list, it says BIPCO Shareholder Board. Thank you for clarifying that. So we need to make 2 appointments to the Island Light and Power, if you want to just change that on your list. Shareholder Board, the shareholders were traditionally Ken, the first and second warden, representing the shareholders of the Island Light and Power. When there was 3 shareholders, Sarah McGinnis, and the town was 2/3. So the town had 2 representatives, each to represent that third. So I guess we're here tonight to appoint 2 members of the council to share as shareholders. And Kathy, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this.
No, that's correct.
Now, obviously, Ken's not here anymore to represent 1/3, so there is an opening on that. And traditionally, it was the first and second warden. Maybe the council wants to have a discussion as to who wants to serve on that board. Do you want to keep me? Do you want to add Sven? Do you want new town council members? We can have that discussion if you'd like to.
Andre?
Go ahead, Sven.
If the council wants, I'm very happy to fill that second position. But I also look forward to having a discussion quickly, whether it's, how we then change things. But I don't think we're going to add more representatives at this moment or change it to the board. So if you want, I will gladly fill it, but I also look forward to discussing the structure of that board going forward.
Thank you. Martha, you indicated an interest?
Well, I'm not dying to do it. If you really want to get off, I'll do it. But if you want to stay on, that's fine.
Well, it doesn't meet. Kathy,
Yes.
Kathy, could you please explain to the whoever gets appointed to this board what their duties are?
Well, there used to be a lot more duties, but right now we're just waiting. We're going to have the trial in March on the value of the shares. And basically at that point, the company is going to be dissolved. So at this point, what the shareholders will do is elect the board of directors, but there really is not a lot going on because the company is just holding funds waiting on the judge's decision.
So this board isn't going to be there forever, we hope?
It better not be.
Yes. Yes, the company will be dissolved once the court makes a decision following the trial as to the value of Sarah McGinnis's trust's 1/3 interest.
Okay, so shareholders basically advise the town when there's any movement on anything there, correct? Like they go to the meetings and they can actually vote on a board, all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And then they come back and report to the rest of the council because they are shareholder representatives. And as far as, and I could be wrong, but if you can clarify, the town council actually is the shareholders, correct?
The town, yeah, because the town is the shareholder and the town is represented by the council.
Right. So there's actually only one shareholder, right? It's the town now.
Correct.
At this point. Okay.
Yes.
So there'd be 2. Martha, if you want to do that, that's fine with me because, as I said, I think it's coming to an end. And
I'll remember that.
I certainly, I've been there. I've been to the meetings. I know you know the player. What?
When do they meet? Is this a group that meets like 7:30 in the morning or some crazy thing like that?
No. No, this group will
Are
usually,
you kidding to me?
no, I'm not, because as the shareholder, you would set the meeting time, I would imagine. You run the show. The only time they've ever gone to a meeting was when shareholders needed to vote on legal issues. So, and those legal issues are, well, there's only one shareholder anymore, so I'll make a motion to appoint Sven Risser and Martha Ball to the BIPCO Shareholder Board.
Second.
Anybody discussing? All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Sven?
Aye.
Where are you, Sven?
Aye.
So where are you?
I am right here.
All right, didn't want to hear a blender going.
Nope.
Mark?
Aye.
And I approve, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries 5-0. So we have a new shareholder. We have
So
two,
am I, for the record.
right,
Aye.
and I didn't call on you? Did I miss you?
No, but that's okay.
I'm sorry. So there's two new shareholders on the BIPCO, on the Island Light and Power Board. Best of luck to you, and I know you'll have the town's best interest at heart. Block Island Early Center Board of Directors, Town Representative, a 2-year term, Allison Dodge. I'll make a motion to appoint Allison Dodge as the Block Island Early Center Board of Directors, Town Representative.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor? Sven?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you, Keith. I know you guys got all messed up on my bar here, so I can't see you. You got all numbers there. So Martha
Aye.
and Mark.
Aye.
Allison Dodge, Director of Town Representative of the Early Learning Center. Block Island Health Services Board of Directors, Town Representatives, 1-year term. I'll make a motion to appoint Laura Parsons.
Second.
All those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
And I approve. Motion carries 5-0. Board name, Block Island Housing Board. We have, I'll make a motion to appoint Millie McGinnis, Cindy Pappas, Rosemary Tobin, and Stacy Henshaw.
Second.
All those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
Sven?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes, aye.
Myself, approve. Motion carries 5-0 from Millie, Cynthia, Rosemary, and Stacy. Block Island Land Trust, they're elected. They're not, nothing to do there. Board of Assessment Review, there was one vacant seat, and we have one letter of interest for that. We had to find somebody from the Board of Assessment Review needed a Republican, and we have a letter from Ken Lacoste. I'll make a motion to appoint Ken Lacoste to the Board of Assessment Review. Second, all those in favor?
Second. Yep, sorry.
Second. Let me just, as for discussion, Molly, that was vacant and it ends in 2021, so we're not actually appointing him for 3 years?
That's correct. You're appointing him to serve out the serve out the vacant term.
Okay.
I do see that Gail Hines needs to be reappointed, though.
Make a motion to appoint Gail. All right, so, okay, so let me just go back to that. I'll make a motion to appoint Ken Lacoste and Gail Hines to the Board of Assessment Review.
Second.
All those in favor? Sven?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
Mark?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
And I approve. Motion carries 5-0. Board of Assessors, they're elected. Board of Canvassers, they will be appointed in March. Commission on Motor Vehicles for Hire. Molly, am I correct in saying that we need one person not licensed to replace Emily Butcher?
That's right.
Do we have any interest from anybody? I know we just appointed Steve McQueenie, didn't we?
Yes, Steve is your most recent appointee to that board.
So that
I
was,
haven't seen any letters of interest coming
Okay.
through.
then I will make a point of a motion to reappoint Jeffrey Lawrence to the Commission of Motor Vehicles for Hire.
Second,
Second.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
Ben?
I,
Martha?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Conservation Commission, and making a note that there's an opening on the Commission for Motor Vehicles for Hire for somebody who is not a licensed taxi driver. Conservation Commission, I'll make a motion to appoint Ned Phillips Jr. and David Russa.
second,
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor, Sven?
I,
Keith?
Yes.
Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
I approve. Motion carries to appoint David Russo and Ed Phillips to the Conservation Commission. We need there's an opening on that, correct? Molly?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay, so Deer Task Force. Okay, so we have, Molly, can you fill me in on the latest on this? I know that we were going back and forth on this. As far as I knew, there was 2 members. Kira Ernst has decided to step down and not ask for reappointment. I have a pink on retire on Heather Hatfield. Do we
That's
have?
correct. Heather also does not want to be reappointed.
Okay, so currently we have 2 people on the Deer Task Force, and we need 3 more. And one of those, it doesn't say in here that, like it does on the other ones, like not licensed on Commission for Motor Vehicles for Hire, they need a Chamber Tourism rep. Do we need a police officer rep on that?
No, there's nothing mandated about the makeup of this board. It's just, there's been a police officer on it, and it's been a good balance because they've known the hunting laws.
Okay, so council, this is an opportunity, and I'm wondering how you want to move forward with this. We need to find 3 strong people. Yes, 3 strong people for the Deer Task Force. And I'm wondering, Molly has made some excellent suggestions of, we have 2 hunters right now. We do have a name of another hunter who wants to go on that. Bill Koch, I believe we have a letter from. Just wondering if we should have a discussion on how would like to see the makeup of that board. And maybe we should solicit the community for maybe some scientists. That's my opinion. Maybe somebody, I don't know, to add balance, like Molly said. Anybody have any thoughts on that or anything? Anybody want to discuss this? Because right now they're supposed to meet, I think, and they don't even have a quorum. So I think we can take a little time, but I think we need to get this right because obviously there's been issues.
a procedural question.
Go ahead, Sven.
Do we have to appoint anybody right now, Molly? Or if we delayed this for 2 months?
Well, I was kind of wondering, my thought was to really we could do it tonight, 10:01. I wouldn't suggest doing it tonight, of really thinking about this and what we want on the Deer Task Force, and then soliciting the community, taking some time and coming, and going to maybe taking it to a work session for discussion. I agree. I would like to put these off on hold, because we have one person to fill 3 seats. So I think there's really no other way to do it. But in the meantime, it's the discussion of who do we want there? Where do we want the direction of this to go? How can we help them? What can we do? Do we want to save for a work session?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes,
I was gonna ask you a
absolutely.
question 2 seconds ago. All right, so we'll move on from Dear Task Force. Molly, do we have to table this or anything like that, or can we just move on? We don't need to make any motions, right?
Just move on. That'd be fine.
Emergency Management Agency approved by the town manager, town council
Hey,
approval.
Andre,
Yes.
can we just go back 1 second on that Dear Task Force? I'm not prepared to move on any appointments until we re-examine that mission statement so it highlights eradication and not just reduction. So just so you know beforehand.
All right, well, listen, we'll schedule Molly and Mary Ann at some, time relatively soon. I know we got a lot on our docket, but work session. And Mary Ann was supposed to get some information to us too, I think, from the last time we had about the whole shipping off island and that kind of thing, and talking to the DEM. And let's have a good discussion about this at a work session. Then that'd be great.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mark. 1-year terms of Emergency Management Agency approved by the town manager with town council approval. Appointed by the town manager. Do we have to act on any of this, or are these all expiring? Anybody, town clerk?
Yes, they are all expiring. It's the town manager's appointments, but they have to be with your advice and approval.
So, town manager, Mary Ann Crawford, have you appointed these individuals this year and you're looking for town council approval?
Yes, I would do that.
So I will, is it proper to make a motion to appoint Vincent Carlone, Peter Gimp, and William McComb to the Emergency Management Agency under the advice of the town manager?
It's you would affirm the town manager's appointment.
Make a motion to affirm the town manager's appointment of Vincent Carlone, Peter Gimp, and William McComb to the Emergency Management Agency.
Second.
All those in favor, Sven?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
And Keith?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Emergency Management Task Force, 1-year term. Okay, so these are all good to go? These are all our appointments, right? This is not an advice.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'll make a motion to appoint Kirk Littlefield, Mary Ann. I'm going to make a motion to sorry, excuse me for 1 second. I'm just going make a motion to appoint Kirk Littlefield as the co-director of management and fire chief. I mean, we're not making that appointment, right? I'm just making an appointment.
I'm sorry, that's a little bit out of date. He was co-director, but he's on the Emergency Management Task Force in his capacity as fire chief.
Okay, so I'm not reaffirming these positions. I'm just appointing names, correct?
You're appointing them, and they hold the position. You're appointing them even though they hold the position by virtue of holding other positions.
Okay, Sven, do you have a question?
Yes, I'm under the clear impression that as of the 11th of January, Kirk is stepping down as fire chief and Bain is stepping up.
Yep,
Thank you. That's information I didn't have. That's terrific. Do you know?
Sorry about that. So I don't know whether we want to actually, I don't know what to do.
No, we're going to just appoint him to the Emergency Management Task Force in any position that he happens to have at the time, right? Because he's
actually serving in his capacity as fire chief.
Fire chief.
okay.
Yeah. Do you know if there's any change to the rescue captain?
I do not.
Why don't you hold off on those and reappoint the rest of them? And we can take up those appointments at a later date. We can take up the fire chief and rescue captain.
Yep, I'm just going through the rest of them to make sure they're all viable, and they are. Okay, so I'll make a motion to appoint Mary Ann Crawford, Jeff Wright, Laurie Anderson, Vincent Carlone, Thomas Warcup, and Bill McComb to the Emergency Management Task Force. And just wait on the rest of them to see if they're actually going to be in those positions
Second.
after their meeting. Second, all those in favor, second by Sven, all those in favor? Sven?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
Martha?
Aye.
And I also approve. Motion carries 5-0. Harbors Committee. I will, there's one opening. We have one letter from Bill Koch too. Would like to serve on the Harbors Committee. I would like to make the motion to appoint Bill Koch to the Harbors Committee.
Second.
All those in favor? Mark?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye, but I'd also like to, oh, no, aye, sorry.
We're still into the discussion part if you'd like to. If you have
No,
any-
I was gonna thank Denny for all the years of service on harbors, but we can do that later.
Yeah, we can send him a note. We can make sure that Coach sends him a note.
Thank you.
Keith?
Yes.
I also approve. Motion carries. Bill Koch to the Harbors Department. And yes, Molly, please send a letter of thanks to Mr. Denny Hines for his many, many years of service.
Absolutely.
Historic District Commission. 3-year term seems pretty easy. They all want to be reappointed. So Michael Ballard, I make a motion to appoint Michael Ballard, Arlene Tunney, and Bill Penn to
Can I just please drop back to Harbors?
Harbors.
Did you want to appoint Bill Koch as an alternate and move up either Bob Littlefield or Patrick Evans to serve out Denny's position, which is a full-time position?
I think Patrick Evans is a regular employee. Bob's the only regular member. I think Bob is an alternate. I did speak to him and he didn't want to be moved up.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
No, it's okay. Because I know you got, yeah, because they were having, meetings wise, noon, and he was having a little struggle making some of the meetings because of the times. And I think the Harbors Committee will not be meeting. I don't know, something about the summertime. I don't know, you can clarify. Maybe they meet in the summer and maybe they don't. I know they didn't, but for whatever case, Bob doesn't want to be moved up. He wants to stay an alternate.
Do we need to reappoint Bob as an alternate?
Oh, he is up. Yep. Yes, I'm sorry. He didn't have a yellow line. I apologize. Make an appointment to appoint Robert Littlefield as an alternate to the Harbors Committee.
Second.
All those in favor? Sven? Keith?
Yes.
Thank you. Mark?
Aye.
And Martha?
Aye.
Motion carries. I approve. Motion carries 5-0. Motion to Michael Ballard, Arlene Tunney, and Bill Penn to the Historic District Commission.
Second.
Thanks, Jen. All those in favor? Keith?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Martha?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
I approve. Motion passes. Michael Ballard, Arlene Tunney, and Bill Penn on the Historic District Commission. Library Board of Trustees, 3-year terms. My wife is on there. Sven, do you want to take this over for both of those?
My pleasure. So Tracy and Lisa,
Why don't you do them separately so I can vote for Tracy?
oh, sorry, okay. I make a motion to reappoint Tracy Hines on the Library Board of Trustees.
Second. Okay.
Second, any discussion? Great. Keith,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Martha,
Yes. Aye.
Andre.
Yes, aye.
And I vote aye, 5-0, unanimous. And you're going to recuse on the next one, Andre?
Under advisement, yes.
Yep. I make with Andre recusing, I make a motion to appoint Lisa Nolan to the Library Board of Trustees.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Mark,
Aye.
Martha,
Aye.
Keith,
Yes.
Ben votes yes too. That's 4-0 unanimous with Andre recusing. Andre,
Thank-
you're back on.
Thanks, Ben. New Shore Broadband Committee.
Hey, Andre, you gotta go back one to juvenile review board.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss something there?
You did, but it's a zeroed out.
Yeah, because they didn't meet. All right.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
But what does that mean, Molly? Does that mean that that board, what happens here?
Can we hold off on that board? I'd like to get more information on it.
Yes. The zeros indicate they didn't need to meet, so no one missed any meetings.
Perfect.
That's a great.
It means we have one juveniles.
Correct.
Yes, you
Does that mean that we need to reappoint Chris O'Neill and Cliff McGinnis?
Well, the question was, there was some question about residency on Cliff. So
Got it. Thank you. We'll wait.
can we just, I'd like to move on. Let's just kind of wait. I mean, let's just wait on him. All right. Thanks, Mo. Thanks for pointing that out, Mark. We'll do these at the next meeting, I guess. Is that all right?
Yes, you can carry them over to the work session if you want,
Okay.
or the following meeting, no problem.
I'm just going back to broadband. All right, so I'll make a motion to appoint Christine Monge, Stephen Record, Lucinda Morrison, and Ray Torrey to the New Shore Broadband Committee.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
And Keith?
Yes.
Sven?
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries 5-0.
Can I ask, is Kathy Zabos moving off? Did we add somebody there?
No, that's what I was going to get to.
Oh, sorry about that, Andre. I apologize.
All right, I just want to clarify with Molly that is there an opening in Kathy Zabos' seat on the Broadband Committee?
There's really no reason to fill it, according to the broadband committee. They have a robust committee, and rather than bring somebody else up to speed in the mountains of minutia that they've been dealing with, and the heavy lifting they've been doing.
But Kathy has indicated she wants to leave, right?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. But they can carry on without her.
Okay, thank you. So we don't need to do anything about that.
Question?
Yeah, go ahead, Sven.
Sorry, Molly, I just a protocol here. Because the other three are ex officios, they don't need to be reappointed? Michelle, Sam, and Amy? Why, I guess my question is, do they need to be reappointed as well?
They do, and I'm really sorry that this sheet doesn't indicate that.
So,
This was kind of,
no, it's cool. I'm with you. Let's do it.
the three wanted to be reappointed, the others have no choice. Or the four wanted to be reappointed.
Do we know what we're gonna do? I know Mr. Byrd has gotten off another committee. Does he want to stay on this one right now?
I do not know. I can bring back some detail for you.
I can appoint them and then they can let us know later.
Does the town manager have any light to shed on it?
No, I don't. Sam has not said anything to me about this committee.
Me neither.
I know
So-
he submitted a letter for the planning commission.
Okay, well, to keep consistency, I'll make a motion to appoint Michelle Sparrow, Sam Bird, and Amy Land also to the New Shore Broadband Committee.
Second.
Thank you, Keith. All those in favor? Sven?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Thank you. I also approve. Motion carries 5-0 to pretty much leave the Broadband Committee intact, which is great. They've done great work and it's much appreciated. Next on the docket here is New Storm Tourism Council. 2-year terms. Just Jessica, John Cullen, Logan Mott, Julie Kiley are up. I'll make a motion to appoint John Cullen, Logan Mott Chase, and Julie Kiley to the New Storm Tourism Council.
Andre, can I request to do these individually because I might have a conflict?
You might have a conflict? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, I'll make a motion to appoint John Cullen to the New Storm Tourism Council. All those in favor?
Second.
Seconded by Mark. All those in favor? Martha?
Aye. Oh,
Sorry, I gotta do the call.
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Martha.
Aye.
Sven?
aye.
Sven? Okay, thank you. Keith?
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries. John Cullen, 5-0. Make a motion to appoint Logan Mott Chase to the New Storm Tourism Council.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor? Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
I'm going to recuse because I worked with her father for the last 20 years.
Okay. Sven?
Aye.
And Keith?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm just making a note, Mark recuse. Make a motion to appoint Julie Kiley to the New Storm Tourism Council.
Second.
Seconded by Mark.
Could there be a discussion for a second?
On?
Well, so on, well, I wanted to be able to capture this. I guess there's been, we received some discussions and comments about term limits and they've been talked about with different committees and councils. And I would like at some point down the road, later in this year, to have a discussion as to term limits, tenure on boards, how to sort of manage through it. Because it's been raised up, I think, and it happened to be raised up with this tourism council, I think we should just talk about it at a work session sometime this year. And I just want that sort of quote unquote noted for a future work session.
Okay, thank you, Sven.
Julie Kiley, I vote yes.
Julie Kiley, I didn't make a motion. Make a motion to appoint Julie Kiley to New Storm Tourism Council.
Second.
Seconded by Mark. All those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
Yes.
And I approve. Motion carries 5-0. And I will add that, to echo what Sven said, yes, this obviously has been some press about the Tourism Council, but quite frankly, the Town Council, and Kathy, I believe, is here, can correct me if I'm wrong. I would love to have a meeting with them, and we can request a meeting with them, which I think we should. And but they basically operate like a corporation, so we can't force term limits on them. We can appoint and we can not appoint. But if we want to not appoint, I would imagine there's a different standard for that. So what we're doing here tonight is
We can simply not reappoint. It's that simple.
right. But if we want to, we could also. I think we could remove too, but we don't. We're not going to.
Well, if you don't reappoint, you are in effect removing.
Okay.
But we're not on the table right now.
Right.
I understand.
And I appreciate that clarification, Martha. So that's what we do. Operate as a corporation. All we do is the council, pretty much we can just appoint. And Kathy, you can clarify that for me if you feel as though that's not the right information. But that's
No, you are correct, Andre. The New Shoreham Tourism Council is created by the legislature. 7 members who are appointed for 2-year terms by the council.
right. And I will add that I know that we have had There's been some press about the Tourism Council lately, the past since August and, the summer. And I have a feeling, some people maybe would have wanted, and some bad things were said about a lot of these members in public. I don't share any of those views. I think these people volunteer and try to do the best they can. But I do also recognize that there may be some issues that internally the Tourism Council has to deal with. I don't believe we have some letters from people that did, have interest in being on this board. But I personally felt as though I think that these members that have been there that are asking to be reappointed want to basically stay there, and maybe because of their being personally attacked. And I feel confident that they are doing a good enough job that I'm going to reappoint them. But I do believe that, I do not believe that removing them would help. So I want to give them the opportunity to, deal with their own issues and their own board. And I hope they can do that. I hope the Tourism Council can come to consensus amongst themselves for the betterment of the island, which I do think that they do. And but I do believe that the public, may have some issues with them. It's just they should take that up with them. So I think our job is done here tonight with that board. I wish them the best of luck, but I would like to meet with them at some point, and we can figure that out between the two boards whenever. That being said, does anybody else have any comments on this topic? All right, then we'll move on to the appointing ourselves. Apparently, we're elected. North Light Commission. Make a motion to appoint Donnie Demers to a 3-year term of on the North Lake Commission.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor? Mark?
Aye.
Martha?
Yeah.
Aye.
Andre Bruce has to be reappointed too. We didn't highlight him.
I see. All right. Make a motion. Okay, I'll do him after. Mark, I got you. Martha, I got you. Keith?
Yes.
Sven?
Yes.
And I approve Donnie Demers. Make a motion to appoint Bruce Decker to the North Lake Commission.
Second.
Thank you, Mark. All those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
Ben? Sven?
So I am here. I'm just losing connection.
Okay, Bruce Decker, you approve? North Light?
Yep.
Okay. Keith?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, and I approve also. Old Harbor Task Force, let's see. I will make a motion to appoint Julie Fuller, Kathy Zubo, Jesse Edwards, Steve McQueenie, Margaret Cummings, and Karen Duelay to the Old Harbor Task Force for 2-year terms.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
Sven?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
Martha?
Aye.
Thank you. I approve. Motion carries. Planning Board, 5-year terms. We have 3 people who don't want to be reappointed. And if I'm correct, we have 4 letters.
Andre?
Go ahead, Sven.
Maybe Molly can clarify. I was under the impression, based on a conversation, that Sam Bird had rescinded his resignation.
Dan Bird just called me and confirmed that he has rescinded his resignation.
I mean, there are 2 openings.
Yeah, I'll make a point.
Correct.
I'll make a motion to appoint William Rose and Christopher Willie to the planning board.
Again, can we do these individually?
I'll make a motion to appoint Chris Willie to the planning board. Do I have a second? Make a motion to appoint William Rose to the planning board.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Mark. All those in favor of William Rose for the planning board? Sven?
Aye. Aye.
Yeah, Keith?
Yes.
Thank you. Mark
Aye.
and Martha?
Aye.
And I approve. William Rose has been appointed to the planning board. And we have a letter from,
Joe Lawyer.
we have a letter from Gail Hoyle, and we have a letter from Joe Lawyer.
I make a motion to appoint Chris Willie to the planning board.
You make a motion to appoint Chris Willie to the planning board?
Yep.
Okay, I'll second that. I just made that motion and I didn't hear a second. Maybe you didn't hear that, but I'll second
No,
that.
I wanted to be sure we have Bill Rose.
Okay, yes, we have Bill Rose, and you made a motion and I've seconded it.
Sorry, yeah, Bill.
Okay,
For discussion purposes.
go ahead.
I first of all, I think Chris has great to work on the town council. I think he's phenomenal. He's been so involved in a lot of things, and is very active. I think that getting new people, one of our big charters and goals, getting new people to the town, to major boards is important. And I think both Joe Lawyer and Gail Ballard Hall are relatively new to the process and to the committees. And I think they are, I'd actually want to discuss Joe Lawyer as well as Chris.
There's a motion on the floor, seconded to appoint Chris Willie. My reason for that is what you say. Chris is a dedicated servant of the town. He has proven that many times. I think the planning board would be a really good place for him, and he's stepping forward to actually do that. He has a very good working relationship with Margie Cummings, and from serving with him, and who may or may not want to hang around for a long time. So I think he could step right in there. We know him from many years, not only just on the town council, but there's one thing you can say about Chris Willie is you can always say he's very prepared. I have looked at all of these. I've considered this very closely. That is why I favor that. So the motion on the table, Chris Willie to the planning board, made by Martha, seconded by me. All those in favor? Sven?
No.
Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
No.
And Keith?
No.
I'm affirmative on that. Motion does not carry from a vote of 3-2. Make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Gail Ballard Hall to the Planning Commission.
Second.
Seconded by Mark. Motion made by Keith and seconded by Mark. All those in favor? I'm sorry, I'm doing the roll call. Keith?
Yes.
Sven?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
And I approve. Although, so 5-1. So we appointing two people, Gail and Mark. Is that it tonight for the planning board?
That, it was that 5-0?
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Thank you. 5-0.
Sam needs to be included on.
I was
this.
just going to say, point of clarification, it looks like Sam's term expires this year
Yes.
based on this list.
No, it doesn't.
I make a or sorry, you want to make that motion?
Go ahead, Martha. Go ahead, Sven. I'm still looking for the agenda.
Sure, I make a motion to reappoint Sam Bird to the planning board.
Second.
You want to do the roll call?
No, yeah, I can do the roll call. It's Sven, go ahead.
Aye.
Keith,
Yes.
Mark,
Aye.
Martha,
Aye.
and I approve. Motion carries 5-0.
Andre, before we proceed, can I just say that in this particular group, we have an abundance of excellent qualified candidates. So thank you to Chris and thank you to Joe. It's just that you have to make a decision, and this was my decision. I'm not saying anyone's underachieving or is an overachiever.
I think people understand that, Mark. I appreciate you saying that. You know, I remember back a while back, you made the motion to appoint Chris Willie to the town council to fill in Ellen McKay's. You know, I don't think anybody takes. So I don't think anybody takes these personally, but I appreciate the comment. I hope nobody takes this personally because there is talent out there, and we can find room for you. I mean, there's many openings on many boards and committees that any of these people I would love to have serve for the town. Rec board, we all. Rec board. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to appoint Gail Hines, Colleen Ernst, Emily Butcher, Annie Hall, and Roberta Kloster. Rec board.
Second.
Seconded by Keith. All those in favor? Ben?
Aye.
You in favor?
I.
Keith?
Yes.
Somehow I lose internet. I don't know.
Yes.
I know. You get a rubber stamp. Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries for that group 5-0. School building committee. So it looks like Chairman run office this year was replaced by Charlie Weber. So there's a memo in here to Bill Pageant would like to still serve as a community member on the school building committee because of his vast experience with this endeavor after all these years. And these positions are mandated by regulation. So are we all getting 1-year terms here? Except for Bill, he's just moving from educational mission school committee rep to community member. Molly, is that correct?
That's correct. All the terms are for 1 year.
Thanks for the clarification. Bill's schooling, I'll make a motion to appoint to the school building committee Jennifer Brady, Amy Land, Michael Convery, Sam Bird, Christine Mange, and Bill Pageant.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor, Keith?
Yes.
Please appoint Charlie Weber too. He wasn't actually appointed earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry. Amend my motion to include Charlie Weber.
Thank you.
Amend my second.
Thank you, Sven. And Keith voted yes. Go ahead, Sven, with the roll call.
Yes.
Martha?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Myself, we all approved. Motion carries 5-0. School committee's elected, senior advisory. It's really one good group that really does a lot as I look at them. I'm just editorializing as I look at this, but I'd like a motion to appoint to the senior advisory committee, Dorothy Graham, Sandra Kelly, Ann Hino, Gail Pierce, and Judy Fucci.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor, Sven?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
Mark?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion carries 5-0 senior advisory.
Just for process, is Dorothy Graham's date? I see the whoops there.
I kind of looked at that, Dorothy.
Either way.
We'll take care of that.
Thank you.
That was my error.
No worries. No worries.
Oh, I see a whoops there. Okay, so she's now, she's been re-upped twice, so she's all set for a very good long time.
That makes her eligible for the Deer Task Force, I think.
Broadband committee, great work, and the senior advisor. They just wanna come up with a task force. All right. Oh, there we go. My favorite part. The town officials. Right? Yes, all right. These are all up for,
What about shellfish?
hold on. Where's Shellfish? I closed. Yeah, we gotta do sewer. Don't we have another page before that, though, of all the town?
No, they're that's for
That's the last page? Okay, we'll go back to that. We also have to do sewers, April. All right. So Molly, can you explain the situation with Ray Boucher? As far as I'm concerned, he wants to stay, but has no Zoom, has no desire to learn Zoom, so he's not really tuning into the meetings unless they
I
meet.
vote for him.
Yeah, you're two peas in a pod. You're two pearls in that clamshell, that's for sure. So is there an opening on Shellfish, or is Ray coming back, but he doesn't do Zoom and they haven't had meetings? So is he going to attend meetings? I'm a little unclear on this.
They've had some meetings. Ray hasn't been able to, this is what I understand from the Shellfish Commission clerk. They've had some meetings that Ray hasn't been able to attend. He does live over on the west side, so his internet's spotty. So, but he may not be interested in learning Zoom from what the Shellfish Commission clerk said. In fact, he was fairly adamant.
Does he understand he can just do it on his phone?
I can't say. I can't say.
I think that's really important that everybody know that, because I think some people are put off by what seems to be very complicated technology with, and I'm not saying it is, I'm simply saying the perception is, and it's a piece of cake on a phone. So just somebody should mention that to him and just see.
Okay, so we are making this appointment tonight, but we're pretty making the appointment knowing that he might not make it to meetings, but there's no one to replace him. So let's just put him on there. I would assume, right? Marley?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to I make a motion to appoint Martha, the Zoom mentor for Keith.
May I vote on that?
And Mark, now that he's.
Let's just put Mark in all of it.
I'll tutor him.
Martha, the Zoom mentor. Shellfish Commission, make a motion to appoint Ray Boucher, Wendell Corey, and Thomas Walsh.
second.
Second by Sven. All those in favor, Keith?
Yes.
Mark?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
Aye. And aye. And aye. Motion carries 5-0. All right. There we go. Okay. Make a motion, we appoint Wayne Pinkham, Alarm Officer 2.
Second, is there any way to do these as a group or not?
Just wondering, can we do these as a group? Like,
You can if you don't have any conflicts.
I don't think we have any conflicts. What do you mean, recusals?
Yes.
Well, first of all, I want to get off that Washington County planning rep because I've never been called to a meeting. I don't even know what it is. So this has been 5 years this is going on. I never gotten, there's no meetings or, so if somebody wants to, it has to be a town council member. If somebody wants to do that and find out what it is, I've tried. Let's leave that out for a second. Town council care cemetery. All right, so I'll make a motion. We'll do where that black line is, we'll do those.
fence viewer and above, that black line?
Oh, yeah, well, wait a minute. All right, so this did come up. CMC rep, Sven, can you explain, or Kathy?
I can explain it. Basically, if there's a need for the CRMC to be represented on the island and no one can come because of storms, hail, ocean currents, I can fit in and represent the CRMC if needed. It has never been called upon, but that is a local representation in case CRMC actual employees cannot come.
And this is CRMC representative for what? A meeting?
Block Island activities and meetings. Basically, I would represent for CRMC. That's what I've been told.
Represent them how?
Looking at land, looking at an infraction, things of that nature, and then I would report back. Basically, it's if something's, or I'll let Kathy or Molly fill in, but basically it's if there is an immediate need and they know the person from CRMC cannot be here, I would fill in.
Kathy, can you clarify that?
Yes, that's correct, but I agree with Sven. I've never heard of the situation where they actually call this provision in.
The meetings have gotten moved so that the employees can come. I believe we have to have it, don't we, Kathy?
Yeah, you need to have it, especially in case of an emergency.
Didn't Mark used to fill a role for CRMC?
Who?
Mark, the building official.
I don't know.
I'm fine to keep doing it. We had the same discussion last year, or last couple of years.
I've got a question though, Sven. If you're a part of a private organization that's in court with them, or does that eliminate the whole state of Rhode Island?
That's the whole state.
Martha, can you repeat that? You were broken up a little bit.
No, my question was, Sven, because I thought you were on this originally. You've been on this for quite a while, haven't you?
5 years, probably.
Yeah, we probably. My question was: there's just a council person, or is it just a person? Because it used to be a person that wasn't on the town council.
It's a person. I was appointed prior to being on the town council.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I never thought of this. I might have been around then. Yeah, I wasn't. It was fun. Well, I don't know. But you're Great Salt Pond's in court with CRMC.
No, we're not. Well,
yeah, you are. We all are.
Yeah. I mean, it's not against CRMC, but CRMC is part of the proceedings.
How do we want
well, before? I don't know.
I'll gladly step down, but nobody's jumped in and taken it.
Well,
never done anything.
And can we see if anybody wants to do it? If nobody wants to do it, we'll just say we don't have any choice.
Do you want to? That sounds funny.
I don't know.
I appreciate that support, Martha.
I never thought of it before, but I think it's
we actually discussed this last year, exactly this point. I remember.
We did. I don't remember that. I don't remember that part of the conversation at all. I'm just drawing a complete blank.
We want it's faster to go down line by line, and then we can prevent a few and see if we can get somebody to be the CRMC representative. I'm very happy not to be that person.
Well, okay. Why don't we put it out for 30 days?
Yeah.
Like we do with every other vacancy and see what. Sorry, Martha, you make me laugh. It must be getting like yeah, it is getting. Must be getting.
Maybe I was sick last year for a
long time. Okay, so. Well, I'm officer. All right, so let's put the CRMC out for a month, and we'll see what happens. I will make make a motion to appoint Wayne Pinkham as the alarm officer 2, Edward Phillips Jr. as the tree warden, Ellen Corno as the bond counsel, town solicitor Kathy Marola, and probate judge Kathy Marola, A. Joe Sprague is the field driver. Gary Hall is the packer of fish. Jackson Hall is sexton 2, and Chris Blaine is fence viewer and sealer of weights and measures. I could go on.
Keep going.
I'll make a motion, continue to make a motion to Mark Tilson as the alarm officer. Bill Landry is the town solicitor for land use. Kimberly Gaffett is the auctioneer. We didn't know who the auctioneer was. We thought it was Dan Cahill.
It was her father before.
Yes, it was. Stan Gare is the quarter of wood. Mary Donnelly is director of public welfare. Kate McConville as the harbor master, and Mike Shea as the sexton 1. Town council, care of cemetery, and Stephen Marola as the town solicitor in charge of prosecutions.
Second.
All those in favor of those appointments, Keith?
Yes.
Sven?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
And myself. All of those will pass. The only thing is I just, the Washington County Regional Planning Representative, I'd like to step away from that. If one of you guys want to do it, I've been on the council for, they dealt with streetlights with Chris Warfel, like LED streetlights. I think that was one of their big things. When I spoke to Chris Warfel about it, because he was, before me, he was the person who did this. And he said it was it was good to have the contacts in the tri-county, Washington County. But like I said, since I've been around there and on this, I've never heard of a meeting. If you Google Washington County Regional Planning, I'm not sure what you'll find. I haven't done it in a few years, but I'm not sure there was much there when I looked. I just don't know what it is. And I just...
It doesn't seem to be active the way it used to be. There were a few things like that seem to sort of vanished in the mist over the past decade.
I'm going to make a motion to put... No, I'm just kidding. I was going to motion to put Keith on it, but maybe he could... the best board in the world. Yeah, I have to do nothing. I don't even think it exists. But
you got somebody who can actually zoom into something and not be lost half the time.
I don't know what to do on it. I mean, I kind of want to take my name off of it, but...
Well, let's hold those two. Let's hold that and this representative for a month.
Okay, we'll do that. CRMC. That's right. They do have to go for months. I do believe Washington County Regional Planning Prep has to be a town council member, but I could be wrong. So we'll get some more information on that. Molly, I'm not going to ask you for information on that because I have a memory of asking you for this information and you providing it with me, but I don't remember what it was because it was a few years back.
I'll see what I can find out.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're from that area. Yeah, regional. I think it was South County, Washington. I think it was South Kingston. Have you ever heard of it in your past life, Marianne? No. I will make.
What?
I used to be on it. What?
I used to be on it. They met in the Charleston, Washington Trust building. But they don't anymore. I know that for a fact.
They transitioned to a streetlight committee.
That's what you told me last time. And I'm like, well, we don't...
completely...
Sorry, what?
I think they were meeting in the South Kingston Town Hall, the last I knew.
Hey, I don't know. Let's leave it blank. Maybe someone can...
They're hiding from us.
Do some research on that and find out what it is. And maybe somebody from the council would like to step up for that nice, easy position. Town would pay.
Well, it used to be good for just to see what everybody else is doing.
Yeah, well, okay.
When we could find
them.
I just looked at their board and it's made up of all council members, but it doesn't list us as one of the members. So
I'll make a motion that Martha's on the board.
We have to let it sit 30 days.
Oh, sorry.
You guys can argue for 30 days over it.
I think that's just the zoning board then.
Yeah, zoning board, I'm looking at it right now. I'll make a motion to appoint Stephen Filippi, Catherine Atwater Butcher, and Robert Closter Jr. To the alternate, okay, so I'll make a motion to Kate Butch, for Catherine Butcher to the zoning board, and then I'll do the alternates.
Second.
All those in favor? Kate Butcher, zoning, Martha,
Aye.
Keith,
Yes.
and Mark,
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
I approve. The motion carries 5-0. I'll make a motion to appoint Stephen Filippi and Robert Closter Jr. to, Stephen Filippi as first alternate and Robert Closter a second alternate. To each to a 1-year term.
Aye. Second. Sorry.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor, Keith?
Yes.
Ben? Ben, are you and I? Yep. Sven? Okay. Martha?
Yep.
Aye.
And Mark?
Aye.
And I approve. Motion carries.
May I just ask what I'm supposed to do? I actually sent a note in to, I think to Molly a couple of weeks ago, because I think I go off of zoning now.
Unless you receive a waiver from the town council, and this would be the moment for them to grant you that.
Were you up in 2021?
Yes.
Right, but under the terms of the charter, he can't continue to serve unless you grant him a waiver, as you did Martha, to allow her to continue to serve on HDC.
Anybody got a pleasure on that?
Can we wait till we actually have a letter? I'd like to have something in the file if Keith wants to do that.
I'm sorry I didn't forward Keith's letter.
I actually think you did.
What did he write?
I think you did for.
I just wrote that I thought that now that I had been elected, that I was no longer eligible to serve and wanted that vacancy to, to be announced. I'm happy to continue to serve, but when we did the charter update, we did this did a provision that it was that the duration had to be specified, which I think we ended up endorsing. But I don't want to. I don't want to be in a position where I don't think on zoning I'd be in a position of sort of having to decide which, whether I had already voted on something as a zoning member. But I also, most important, don't want to stand in the way of someone who really wants to serve there.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we advertise it for 30 days?
Great.
Excellent.
And then we'll see what happens.
Terrific.
And I get it. I think the tool, let's try that.
The other question. The other question. I have a question for Keith.
Yes.
Are you involved in any hearings right now?
Let's
Yes.
stay there.
Don't you have to stay for those?
I thought that was why we had the alternates, Martha. But honestly, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, it depends if they've been there or not. They have to have been at the meeting. If they weren't at the, that's why I got stuck on the zoning board for, I think it was 2 years after it was a ridiculously long time after I was on the council. Because if I had gotten off, they would have had to start over again. And it was the Ocean View application that never even got built, which is a good thing. But it was just, spending all that time on this when I wanted to get off.
Gotcha.
Andre?
Yes. Go ahead, Sven.
So since Keith is still a member, forget the resignation note for a minute, but his term expires in a year. I think if we do advertise for 30 days per Keith's request, then we can decide whether we do just extend, override and rule that he can be on it, or see if there's somebody else interested. I'm sort of following Keith's lead on this one, but it's not like we have to do anything because actually in position right now. Is that correct? Or for the next 30 days, do we have to?
We don't, because we don't have to do anything right now either way, because we didn't advertise for 30 days or.
Okay.
Cool.
I just wanted to make sure I brought it up and
Yeah.
was compliant.
Thank you. So that brings, are we done with these appointments?
Can't we appoint another charter review commission? Please. Please. We'll meet right after the regional planning authority.
You got food trucks to go.
Yeah, right.
Why don't you have a joint meeting with them?
Yeah.
First, counselors, we're coming up to 11 o'clock, and we do have to vote. We want to extend our time here past 11 o'clock. I'm going to be.
Why would we want to?
And it's actually 11:30.
Oh, it's 11:30. Oh.
No,
Yes.
I think Kathy, you've got the old.
I have the old rules.
That's what I thought too, and then I looked it up.
I
have both. I have both the old and the new.
I'm gonna.
Of course.
You have. I'll be recusing for the next item. How convenient. Anyway, and then we have minutes. So, you think we could squeeze that in and?
Is there a reason procedurally why we can't move all of these licenses?
Well, there has to be some recusals, but Andre, I'd rather move the minutes to next meeting because it's tiring.
Okay, so do you?
If you don't mind.
You want to do the 7?
I'd love to do the food trucks now because I know Kelly, there are a number of people on the phone, on the call.
I have to be here, but I got to recuse.
And I have to recuse. I think I'm recusing as well, assuming that there are 3 people that can hold quorum.
Well, then those 3 people probably have to elect a spokesperson as soon as we recuse. Just don't forget that, and Molly can guide them through that. All right, well, we are done with number 6, and next item on the agenda, number 7, receive and act on mobile food establishment license renewals. I have a food truck license. I need to recuse. The only person that I can vote that was deemed okay by the Ethics Commission was Carol Payne. She is not on this list. Her license does not expire until July. So we will not be talking about Carol Payne tonight, but we will be at a different meeting. So I will be recusing from this discussion, which means I am going to turn my camera off.
Okay, so Sven, am also recusing. As everybody knows, there's a food truck on the 1661 property, which is where our business Northlake Fibers is. And I will recuse based on the fact that I believe there are 3 people. For Mark and Keith's knowledge, in the past, I was able to participate because the Ethics Commission ruled that I was sort of the least infracted. But given that there are 3 people that are able to vote without any issues, I'm going to recuse. So I'll let you guys pick a leader and go for it.
Can Martha? I would vote for Martha doing that.
I can't run Zoom.
Okay.
Sorry.
Andre, you have to say to run
There's
Zoom.
an open spot on the Shellfish Commission if you'd like it.
And I'm on a phone here.
Well, that's why I can't do it.
Gotcha.
I'm on the phone.
All right. So should I just do it?
Molly kind of hold.
Which one are we doing? I'm so sorry.
We're
all too tired.
Start with, unless you want to carry these over, start with Trough and Tractor Enterprises LLC, pots and kettles owned by Cindy,
Cindy Kelly.
thank you.
Keith, before we start, can I get a couple questions answered?
Yes.
Please.
You can ask them.
It's more of a re-education for me because I think things are different from 4 years ago. Does this license still require a year-round resident requirement?
No, it does not. This is
And does that-
actually different from the old hawkers and peddlers. The state,
And does the owner of the license still have to be on premises X percentage of the time?
they do not.
Okay, thank you.
Or there
Could
was a
some-
major
could somebody-
overhaul when the state changed the hawkers and peddlers ordinance.
Well, the state put in the, what is it, Molly? The M, what is it, the M? The
These are,
MC,
yeah, these
or is
are
it something different?
permits. and-
Mobile food enterprise.
Yeah, mobile
Thank
food
you.
enterprise license is issued by the state. These should all be permits. So,
Super, simplified it, thank you.
Oh, it's denied,
So-
so freaking complicated it.
yeah.
So just so I'm clear, we're going to vote on Sea Life Services, Kelly Walsh, because Sven can't. Then we're going to summon Sven back, and he can vote on the others. Is that correct, or do I misunderstand that?
Sven preferred
No.
vote on any.
He didn't want to vote on any. Okay, sorry, I missed that. So a motion would be in order to grant a mobile food establishment license for Trough and Tractor Enterprises, owner Cindy Kelly, DBA Pots and Kettles. Do you need the whole thing read, or is that sufficient?
I'm sorry, I need the whole thing read.
Okay. Motion would be in order to grant a mobile food establishment license for Trough and Tractor Enterprises, LLC, owner Cindy Kelly, doing business as Pots and Kettles, from December 29th, 2020 to December 31st, 2021, pursuant to an application on file in the town clerk's office and pursuant to New Shoreham General Ordinances, Chapter 8, Article 11, as amended, and to grant permission to, 1, operate between the hours of 7 a.m. and 8 p.m., and to operate at Plat 4, Lot 68, Mosquito Beach, April 1st through October 31st, pending receipt of an executed lease, and to operate at Plat 6, Lot 129, Old Town Road, from January 1st to March 31st, and from November 1st to December 31st, pending receipt of license fees.
Second.
All right, all those in favor? Or any discussion? All in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
I vote in the affirmative. A motion would be in order to renew a mobile food establishment license to Andiamo Zeke LLC, owner Stephen Papa, doing business as Aldo's Bakery from January 2nd, 2020 to January 2nd, 2021, pursuant to an application on file in the town clerk's office and pursuant to New Shoreham General Ordinances, Chapter 8, Article 11, as amended, and to grant permission to operate between the hours of 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. and to operate at Plat 20, Lot 20, Great Salt Pond.
Point of information, I got it. The hours should be between 7 and 7. The hours were confirmed
I would
earlier.
amend my motion to say from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Thank you.
Second.
Any discussion? Those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
And I vote yes. Motion would be in order to renew a mobile food establishment license to Sea Life Services, Inc., owner Kelly Walsh, doing business as Farmstead Refreshments from December 29th, 2020 to December 31st, 2021, pursuant to an application on file in the town clerk's office and pursuant to New Shoreham General Ordinances, Chapter 8, Article 11, as amended, and to grant permission to operate between the hours of 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. and to operate at Plat 7, Lot 33, Draper Property, Spring Street.
Excuse me again, those hours were changed to 10 to 4, and that's the last alteration.
Got you. I'll amend my motion to say that Sea Life can operate between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m.
Second.
Any discussion? Those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Motion would be in order to renew a mobile food establishment license to See the Light LLC, owner Andre Boudreau, doing business as Southeast Light Delights, from December 28th, 2020 to January 2nd, 2021, pursuant to an application on file in the town clerk's office and pursuant to New Shoreham General Ordinances, Article 11, Article 5, as amended, and to grant permission to operate between the hours of 8 a.m. and 6 p.m., and to operate at Plat 8, Lot 1, Southeast Lighthouse Reservation, operate at Plat 6, Lot 150, Interstate Taxi Lot during the holiday stroll, pending receipt of license fees.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
And I vote yes as well.
Thank you.
So you're going to reach Andre?
I'm good. I'm here. I'm back. Did we,
We're sorry, Andre.
about what?
How about that whole license thing?
I'll plan another. Minutes, is it the consensus that we want to hold off on minutes until Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'll make a motion to continue the minutes on this agenda until our meeting on Wednesday, January 6th.
Second.
Second by Sven, all those in favor, Keith?
Yes.
Martha?
Yep.
Sorry, forgot who's left, because I got no pictures anymore. Mark?
Yeah.
And Sven already responded, okay.
Yeah.
And I approve. Okay, so that motion will carry. We'll do our minutes and Molly, thank you for providing them. It's just, I don't think any of us had a chance to read them yet. Is there any other thing anybody else wants to talk about at 11:15 at night? If not,
No.
I knew Martha you'd say that. I will make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Seconded by Sven and Keith. I don't think.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. I don't think you can say no to a motion to adjourn. Sven? And Martha?
And I'm not even the person who goes to bed early. Yes, it's long enough for a meeting.
I want to thank everybody who's still been hanging on with us. I see you all on the side list. Thank you for coming to the meeting tonight, and I especially want to thank Kathy Merle and Sean Wilson and Molly, and for making this all happen, and the town manager. Our team is the one that makes it happen. Mark, we're thinking that you may need to come to town hall and sit in one of the offices when we have meetings. If that might be better for you, please consider it. We'd love to have you. But in the meantime, that's it. Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Cool.